morning. Remember the teachers, remember the principal, pass bench to bench. Educate those children this hour, Lord. Father God, shutting Satan chain towards those children. Satan is a busy adversary. Remember the children, remember the youth, remember the adult, remember the sick and afflicted one, those that cannot help themselves. Remember them. Pass by each and every home this morning where the sick and afflicted is and look over them. Remember the Prime Minister this morning. Father, remember that son, you know him better than I do. You know him by name and you know him by number. Father, you are acquainted to him. Remember him minister this our Lord. Father, help them to do what you want them to do and not what them want to do. Father God, the opposition party, I thank you for life and for health and for strength for that son. Father, remember him in Namakan special way. You know him, Dr. Kid by name and by number. Reach out and touch him. Remember all the ministers. Look over each and every one by name together. Like one bone glass stick that can you can. My God and my King, have mercy this our Lord. Father God, remember all your children this our Lord. Father, past by the ending of Grenada. Father, remember the four corners of Grenada. Father, Grenada is in your hand. Don't allow it to slip, neither to slide. Father, the people in Grenada, blessed Lord, have mercy on them, especially the sick and afflicted one, the aged one, those that cannot help themselves. Look over them, the entire force. Pass by every police station. Look over each and every one of them. Father, guide and protect them. Father, remember the SSU. I bring before you, remember the plane in the air, remember the boat on the ocean, each and every one, Lord, I bring before you this morning, Lord. Father God, we are your children, Lord. You know each and every one of us this hour, Lord. Have mercy on us. Father God, what could I tell you about all your children? Have mercy on your children, Lord. Remember St. Patrick, Lord. Remember St. Patrick, Lord. Remember the one out open the radio station this morning. Remember that son this hour, Lord. Thanking you for everything for him this hour, Lord. Providing for him this hour, Lord. He might be small as a mustard seed, but share a blessing unto him. Pass by home he left behind. Keep it safe night and each and everyone in that home. Mr. Andre, I bring before you. Remember that son. Father God, pass by home you lend unto him. Keep it safe night and day. Leave no winds where Satan could enter. Remember your spring of his body. Remember each and every one with all those what they dwelling with, wheresoever they dwelling. Look over each and every one of them this morning. I bring his staff before you this hour, blessed Lord. Father, look down upon them with pity and compassion. Father, take them in charge if thou be so pleased. Bind them together like one bone glass stick. Let one cry be the other one cry this hour, Lord. My God and my King. Remember them. Remember that radio station, Lord. Remember the folk and I remember the bonding center. And even the chapel and the door, the entire of the gap surrounding on of the yard. Certain Satan chain towards that building this hour, blessed Lord. My God and my King, my village and my people this hour, blessed Lord. Remember each and every one this hour, Lord. My God and my King. As you tell the disciple to say, remember Miss Matas, and I bring before you this hour, Lord. Remember Miss Jacob, this hour, Master. Pass by each and every one of them. The village, Lord. Remember the village and the people this hour, Lord. As you tell the disciple to say, our Father which art in heaven, holy be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us the days our daily bread and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from all evil, for thy is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen and amen. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Good morning again. Hello?
Hello?
Oh, you're saying hello, but I didn't hear any response.
I was.
All right.
I think the background was doing something. Everything good?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much.
I have a little problem, so she called me early this morning.
Yes, I heard the little problem they having up there. I hope everything is okay.
I hope so.
I hope it's not serious thing, eh?
I hope so too.
Yeah.
Yes, because it's the most important thing.
Yeah, man, that's very important.
Yes.
But you know, everything should be okay.
I hope it
Yeah.
too. Yeah, well, all right, all the best.
All right, have a good weekend.
Have a same to you.
All right, take care.
Yeah, bye.
What you say when you talk?
Miss Skynstad of London, England, always locking it down. Good morning. Lennox Andrews, good morning. Mr. Sylvan, good morning to you. Caroline and family, good morning. Stalin, good morning. Mr. Francis, how are you? Is the Xtention, man. Miss Ferguson, good morning to you. 10 minutes past 7 o'clock inside the Real FM studios. You got to be careful.
You gotta be careful. Where you go when you're walking. What you say when you're talking. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful.
Michelle Alexander, good morning. Deborah Laborde and Henry, good morning, good morning. Errol Bonaparte, good morning to you guys. People locking it down via YouTube. Boy, we got a show in stores for you this morning. People are locking it down via the tuning app. Good morning to you guys as well. People locking it down via the website at 91.9 and 91.5 inside of your cars. Fluffy, good morning. I know you're on there already. See what I'm saying? The big up list just keep getting longer and longer every morning. Well, I guess that's a good thing, right? You got to be careful.
You gotta be careful. How you move when you're moving. Which direction you're going. You gotta be careful.
All right, we're going to pay some bills and we'll be back after this. Stay tuned, all right?
91.5 Real FM got you covered.
Step inside. Immerse yourself in colors that come alive.
Color by Sissy.
Let your imagination run wild. Surround yourself in a world of color.
Color by Sissy.
Endless inspiration. Bold expression. Bold expression.
Color by Sissy. Sissons. Express your style with Color by Sissons.
The NLA is giving you more chances to multiply your Playway winnings by adding Multi-X to your regular Playway bets to win up to 5 times more. Imagine winning as much as $1,200 instead of $240 with a $10 Playway bet by simply adding Multi-X. Place your Playway bets from $1 to $10 or in increments on your favorite Playway symbols or numbers. Then add the Multi-X option at the same value to win 2 times, 3 times, 5 times more, or free plays. With Multi-X, you must bet the same amount wagered on your regular Playway bets for your winnings to be multiplied. Grenadians, value your dreams and win your way as much as 5 times more with Multi-X added to Playway and watch your money grow. Must be 18 years or older to play. NLA, making your dreams come true.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, insect screens and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&M Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
The first word when you speak about furniture is classic. Yes, at Classic Furniture, they design and make the best in local furniture. All their products are made from the finest local wood available on island. You think it, they design it and make it to your expectations. The highest standards at the best possible price, and they also provide higher purchase for you, their valued customers. Located on Ben Jones Street in Grenville, with their factory at Chantimel in St. Patrick. That's where you need to visit when looking for products made of the finest local wood. They deliver and install items at no extra cost. Your satisfaction is their mission. The extra step is taken to ensure their customers are completely satisfied. They do doors and finished kitchen, supplies mattresses, and restores antique pieces to look like the first day they were made. Hey, give us a call on 442-4645 and 442-9726. Classic Furniture, Grenada's homegrown furniture producers.
Broadcasting from the historical Parish Main Street, Certez, to your home, vehicle, and office. Today's hit music on Real FM.
Kathleen Knights, good morning. Jillian Noel, good morning to you. Gloria Francois. Francois or Francis? I hope I got your name right. Don't vex with me. Joan Francisca. Morning to you guys. Steve Sylvester, good morning. Hope you guys are having a good one. Remember at Velma's Restaurant and Bar, this morning they have breakfast. They got coconut bakes with eggs, omelette, fried fish, fried chicken, cheese, tea. I don't know what tea must be, cocoa tea or different tea, you know. I hope it's different tea they have. Coffee, hot chocolate. And for lunch they got macaroni pie, gel of rice, stew peas, green salad, ground provision, stew, fish, baked chicken, and vegetarian soya tamarind juice. And they got soup. The soup for today is split pea soup. And then this afternoon they got burgers and fries as usual. My favorite. You know how it goes.
What you say when
16 minutes past 7 o'clock.
gotta be careful,
I'm driver reach already and he looked like he ready for all this morning. So I'll go see what's going on.
be careful, careful.
Think bad this morning. Eat.
We have to prepare to meet the challenges of life without fear. Greed and jealousy, hatred and envy, man, you have to move with care in that jungle out there. You got to be careful. You got to be careful.
I got some people inside of Brooklyn locking it down. Mr. Watts, good morning to you. I have some people inside of Toronto always locking it down as well. Auntie Grant and David, good morning. Let's go over to the phone lines and see who's there. Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Go ahead.
Good morning to you. Good morning to the nation. A reading from the Word of God. St. John chapter 2, verses 6. And there was sitting the 6 water pots of stones, after the manner of the purifier of the Jews, containing 2 of 3 franc spices. Jesus said unto them, Fill the water pot with water. And they filled them up to the brim. And he said unto them, Draw out now, and bear unto the governor of the feast. And they bare it. When the ruler of the feast had tasted the water that was made wine, he knew that hence it was but the servants which draw the water knew of the governor, of the feast, called the bridegroom. And he said unto him, every man at the beginning does set forth good wine, and when the men had well drunk, then that which is worse, but thou hast kept the good wine unto now. This is the beginning of miracles that Jesus in Canaan of Galilee, and the manifest forth his glory, and his disciples believe on him. After this, he went down Capernaum, he and his mother and his brethren and his disciples, and they continued there many days. This is the end of the scripture reading.
All right, thank you very much.
You have a wonderful day and a nice weekend.
You too.
All right, bye.
All right, bye.
What you say when you talk?
91, you are the real boss.
What you say when you talk?
Oh Lord.
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolves in sheep clothing, birds of prey waiting to swoop down on you, and there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Where you go when you're walking, what you say when you're talking. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful.
Good morning again, folks. As we head over to the Met office, we're speaking with Miss Tricia Miller this morning. Good morning.
Good morning to you, and good morning to listeners of Real FM. It's a partly cloudy morning here at the airport. Winds are from the east to southeast at 17 miles per hour. Barometric pressure 1013 millibars, which is slightly below the mean, but it's rising. Present temperature 27.3 degrees Celsius. Relative humidity 86%. Yesterday's maximum temperature was 29.6 degrees Celsius, and the minimum temperature last night was 26.6 degrees Celsius. Over the past 24 hours, only 0.1 of a millimeter in rainfall was recorded here at the MBIA. This brings the total for the month so far to 18.2 millimeters. Now the public forecast valid for today and tonight for Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. The weather is expected to be mostly fair but slightly hazy with a few light nighttime showers. Winds easterly to east-southeasterly at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Today's maximum temperature is expected to get up to 30 degrees Celsius. Seas slight to moderate, waves 3 to 5 feet in open water. Tides will be high around 11 a.m. and low about 5 p.m. Sunset this evening at 6:21. Sunrise tomorrow morning at 5:50. So just to recap, the weather is expected to be mostly fair but slightly hazy with a few light nighttime showers. From the Met Office, Tricia Miller.
All right. Thank you very much. Trying to multitask around here.
.5 Real FM got you covered.
It is said, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Therefore, the authenticity of the beverage can only be acquired in the taste. A taste which is original to Antoine de Beauregard Industries and comes from a combination of spices and local rum, which can hold its own all over the world. Woodman, a strength which speaks for itself. A taste which stands out from the rest, bottled with care, which speaks to perfection. Try Woodman today and be stunned by a flavor as never before. Let your palate savor that which is produced locally. Do not be deterred by substandard products. Our taste speaks volumes and sets us apart from the competition. You will be satisfied with every sip of our product. Say rum, say Woodman, feel satisfaction. Now that's quality.
The first word when you speak about furniture is classic. Yes, at Classic Furniture, they design and make the best in local furniture. All their products are made from the finest local wood available on island. You think it, they design it and make it to your expectations. The highest standards at the best possible price, and they also provide higher purchase for you, their valued customers. Located on Ben Jones Street in Grenville, with their factory at Chantemille in St. Patrick. That's where you need to visit when looking for products made of the finest local wood. They deliver and install items at no extra cost. Your satisfaction is their mission. The extra step is taken to ensure their customers are completely satisfied. They do doors and finished kitchens, supplies mattresses, and restores antique pieces to look like the first day they were made. Hey, give us a call on 442-4645 and 442-9726. Classic Furniture, Grenada's homegrown furniture producers.
Step inside. Immerse yourself in colors that come alive.
Color by Sissons.
Let your imagination run wild. Surround yourself in a world of color.
Color by Sissons.
Endless inspiration. Bold expression. Bold expression.
Color by Sissons. Sissons. Express your style with Color by Sissons.
Boy, yo, they gonna fly with kite now. The wind picking up.
I'm coming. Karim, what you doing?
Fly my kite.
Yeah, but not here. You can't fly kite near power lines, boy.
Why not? The wind good.
Because mommy say kite threads conduct electricity.
Yeah, kite. He's right. If your kite gets stuck in power lines, it can cause power outages, or even worse, it can get shocked.
Come, let's go and fly them in the pasture.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The NLA is giving you more chances to multiply your Playway winnings by adding Multi-X to your regular Playway bets to win up to 5 times more. Imagine winning as much as $1,200 instead of $240 with a $10 Playway bet by simply adding Multi-X. Place your Playway bets from $1 to $10 or in increments on your favorite Playway symbols or numbers. Then add the Multi-X option at the same value to win 2 times, 3 times, 5 times more, or free plays. With Multi-X, you must bet the same amount wagered on your regular Playway bets for your winnings to be multiplied. Grenadians, value your dreams and win your way as much as 5 times more. With Multi-X added to Playway and watch your money grow. Must be 18 years or older to play. NLA, making your dreams come true.
Broadcasting from the historical Parish Main Street, Certez, to your home, vehicle, and office. Today's hit music on Real FM.
Asking me what is wrong with Trinidad. You can't understand why things go on so bad. find we so rich in human resources, and yet the country going to pieces. Well, let me tell you, my friend, where we went wrong. After Eric Williams' old car breakdown, we called in an AR, we ordered an next car and installed a new driver. With 33 passengers from the party, we gave him a maxi taxi, fitted with mag wheels, tape deck, computer, air conditioned 8-cylinder. With posh new fittings, this maxi car arrived. Then it started to swerve and nosedive. It took a year for passengers to realize. They say the new driver cannot drive. Well, of the 33 chosen passengers, Ramnath, Pandey, Humphrey and Sudama, they wouldn't let the poor driver drive in peace. They distracting him and wouldn't cease. While he driving, they hitting him some big cloud. So he stopped the maxi and put them out. And to discuss their fate, they went to drink us straight by a club called 88. The driver called his sweet mouth friend Flash Gordon to give him some driving lessons. Flash appointed himself as the conductor, pushing around them passengers. Meanwhile, the car running about helter-skelter. Pedestrians started to scatter. Ellis Clark had to jump and run to stay alive. He says the new driver cannot drive. Questioning me so much about the driver. You want proof to show he can't maneuver. Well, boy, the first month he get this driving job, you know the man bounced down for you, Rick Bob. He's swerving so much, John Humphrey get frightened. John asked him where he buy his license.
Good morning again, folks, and we're back. Igwe, good morning.
Morning, Igwe.
Mm-hmm.
Morning to all the listeners of Real FM on all Real FM platforms, and to all the listeners in general. Real expressions for Friday, 28th April 2023, the Xtention. Nelchiswaka morning. Grenada is my constituency, it continues to be so. Real FM continues to be my parliament. And I'm the people's spokesman along with you and others. And we continue to be blessed by the Ancient of Days, Igwe. Folks, this morning we have a decent program lineup for you. We're expecting to have Mr. Pierre and Chimney Hill and others to make the thing stronger. To hulk up the thing, as they say. So we outside like flood, Igwe. Igwe Julius Malema, South African. He said the white South Africans believe that the apartheid system was right. So even today, white South Africans never see the wrong about the apartheid system. Now, Carl Keaton said, saying the NDC supporters see the present corruption and victimization in this country as something right. They don't see nothing wrong with it, so they're trying to justify the corruption going on, Igwe. So before we get into the meat of the matter, Igwe, there's some words we need to define, because we go rely on them today to make the case of victimization and corruption. And those words was not mine. They only become mine by adoption, because I look for the meaning. To lie is to make an untrue statement with the intent, Igwe, to deceive. Not just saying something that is not true, with the intent to deceive. And we're going to play clips today to show that. Evidence. The available body of facts or information indicating whether a belief or proposition is true and valid, like Real FM, because when we give information, we just prove it is valid and it is true. Facts, a thing known or proven to be true, like what we just say, that why we just challenge them, Igwe. The question this morning, Prime Minister, because we have some questions to ask the Prime Minister this morning, because things are happening and the persons who we believe, like the Sandra Fergusons and the Tillman Thomases and them, they come mom, they don't talk in. And the Dr. Kellan Bobs and the Wheelie and them, all you don't asking question now. So all you leave only me, Carl Keaton and Valentino, the last two spin bowlers in the thing. So all you left me no choice, but I have to ask. Because I know all you're listening. So ask the Prime Minister for me. Dr. Bob, you could ask him that. Wheelie, all you could ask him that. Carly Straw, you could ask him that, because all you just talk to him. Mr. Tillman Thomas, good morning. You too. Miss Sandra Ferguson, good morning. You too. All you could ask those questions. And the first one is, Mr. Deacon Mitchell, did you attend the gala on the 27th of April in Dubai as a CBI agent or as the Prime Minister of Grenada? Because we need to know. We need to know. And the reasons we asking those questions, Igwe, is simply this. Mr. Deacon Mitchell, the holder of the office of Prime Minister, Igwe, is also the chairman of Cabinet, Igwe. And the chairman of Cabinet, along with the Cabinet of Grenada, which Mr. Andy Williams and Mr. Jonathan Lacquette and others are part of, they are responsible for setting the policy and to see how the CBI program should run for Grenada. Mr. Deacon Mitchell, the holder of the Office of National Security, he's the Minister of National Security, he has to sign off on all ALL CBI passports. And the same gentleman, when last you look on the CBI website, is an agent who benefits from the CBI program. So you see the corruption here? And now, with that said, I need to define corruption because I want people to understand what here is at play. Corruption is a form of dishonesty or a criminal offense which is undertaken by a person or an organization which is entitled, which is entrusted in a position of authority in order to acquire illicit benefits or abuse power for one personal gain. So here goes Igwe. Mr. Deacon Mitchell has been entrusted in a position of authority. He is the holder of the office of the Prime Minister. He is the holder of the Ministry of National Security. So he is in a position of power. He, Mr. Deacon Mitchell, is an agent of CBI and is gaining personal from the CBI program. So there lies corruption in a nutshell. They are not my words, Igwe. So if they have any problem, take it up with the 20th century dictionary as to the meaning of corruption, and take it up with Mr. Deacon Mitchell. Ask him those questions. Because he is in a position entrusted. His organization is entrusted in a position of authority, power in Grenada. And he, along with Miss Andrea St. Bernard and my good friend Dennis Sylvester Matthew Cornwall, when last you read the website of the CBI, they are agents. So they are entrusted in power of position because the St. Bernard lady is the chairman of the legal board of GDB, because the ungazetted board. And one of the requirements to the legality of that board is that to be gazetted. So they, and she's some envoy in the Prime Minister's ministry now. So they are entrusted in position of authority. While in the same CBI, they are beneficiaries, personal gain. So corruption is a form of dishonesty or a criminal offense which is undertaken by a person or an organization, person, Deacon Mitchell, organization, NDC. They are entrusted in a power position because the people vote them into office, and they are they getting personal gain from the CBI program. So you see the tata, mess. You see the mess, you see the morals. But don't worry, next election we go drop all that mess whilst we heading west. So I don't know how. That is why I'm calling on Dr. Bob and Kalistra Faria and Wheelie and Miss Ferguson and Stanford Simon. You need to preach out Nehemiah because the temple need to rebuild, because the temple getting mashed up. Ask Mr. Deacon Mitchell, did he go to that gala as an agent looking for business for himself? Or did he go as the Prime Minister? Mr. Dennis Cornwall, like I always advise you, that intoxication always leads to hallucination. And then hallucination leads to fabrication. And fabrication leads to misdirection. So play a clip by Mr. Dennis one, because I want people to understand what a lie is. To make an untrue statement with intent to deceive. Give me him. Because you see, and
NDC government will put an end to contract workers in the public service as soon as it takes office. There is no need for a parallel public service in Grenada. All workers will be given permanent status.
So Igwe, that was intended to deceive people because it was a lie. Yes. That statement was untrue. Dennis Sylvester Matthew Cornwall. The intention was to deceive the Grenadian public. And he is the Minister of Finance. He is a CBI agent based on the CBI website. All you have to do better than that. So here go Igwe, because you see, we need to break this thing right down. Now, in the best budget speech, Igwe, a lot of the financing, that is why I'm calling Mr. Dennis Sylvester Matthew Cornwall, he's the Minister of Finance, and the budget and the financing of the budget. That is why I'm calling on Mr. Deacon Mitchell, the Prime Minister. He read the best budget. And that is why I'm calling on Andrea Senborn, Miss Andrea Senborn, because she's some envoy in the Prime Minister's ministry with all these things and them. So they are the persons that could answer those questions, Igwe. They ought to know. The Andal guy, they say he going to Dubai and well, you're going for travel. You're just traveling. Because I don't know if you know what's going on. But by association, you're complicit. Because when shit hit the fan, and I warning them, you know, Igwe. Corruption do have statute of limitation. Whether 5 years from now, all you could still answer. So don't feel all of them thing now, all you mash up FIU. And you see, Igwe, them many of them know the intention of what they intended to do, you know. So FIU supposed to investigate financial crimes. Like when people are having bingo and thing. And what happening to the CBI now? So they take out all the trained police in FIU, they mash it up. And they put their friends, their associates, and maybe relatives in it. So they can't do nothing. They mash up the RGPF. Because the police and them say, they're not my words, the police and them say, morning Basil Bernard, morning Simeon Hankey, good morning guys. There are two fellas what moved from the organization already. Because they do happy with what's going on. So, the police and them say, they mash up the force so much that even Igwe, listen, they want to promote men in the Prime Minister detail who did not attempt the exam. They want to promote two persons who is assistant superintendent of police ASP. They are acting. They don't confirm, but they want to promote them to superintendent. That is stupidness are going on in the force. So they demoralize the police force. They mash up FIU. They don't appoint in persons to the Integrity Commission. Yeah, you see where that thing going? So all the person who could put a finger on corruption, they're non-operational. And then meanwhile, the Minister of National Security, the chairman of the cabinet, is a beneficiary of CBI because he's an agent based on the CBI website. So you understand what we're going through? So seeing that they compromise FIU, seeing that they have the police force up in the neck, and to add to that, they bring the data protection, as they say, to shut up people. So first of all the people who could deal with it, they neutralize them. FIU, the police force, the Integrity Commission. They neutralize them. Then they bring their own thing, the data protection, to shut up people. So I have to call on Dr. Bob and Miss Calistra and Mr. Wheelie and Miss Sandra Ferguson and them and Mr. Tillman Thomas, because all they could speak. So clear the air. Igwe. So the last budget read, the best budget as they say, where a man speak without paper. Oh lie, teleprompter, but we know that. The monies which was reliant on the CBI program for financing the budget go as follow. Because I like to take it slow.
Take your time.
the National Transformation Fund, did they expect to make $83 million. Now, well, Sprague Benz they go tell you I call your name because you what no maths, I don't know maths, I don't have to ask you. Now, when you check that $83 million and you check the fees for that passport, which is $150,000 US, Igwe, you have to sell 554 passports to make that money. So the question is here, Mr. Deacon Mitchell, how much of that 554 passport you intend to be an agent for? Because we don't know you have to sign all. We don't know you have to set how the program runs, but we want to know. Because if the same man was setting the percent and signing the passport, if I want it, that the man are going to as an agent because things easy for me. So how much of that 554 passport, Mr. Prime Minister, you intend to be an agent for? Or the Minister of Finance, Mr. Dennis Sylvester Matthew Cornwall, or Ms. Andrea Senborn, how much of that 554 passport are you intend to make a profit out of? Because are you benefiting of other people's style? So it's like all your lamb could run out of oil, Igwe. So to make the 83 million, you need to sell 554 passports. But you, three of all you, being agents, how much of that 554 passport are you intend to collect agents' fee on? Because in the corruption definition, Igwe, he talk about personal gain, using power, abusing power for personal gain. That is part of the meaning of corruption. Igwe. That's under section 10 in the CBI legislation. Under section 11, it talk about approved project rural real estate, which they say they intend to make $111 million. And based on the fees, Igwe, for that, they need to sell 2,200 passports to make that money. It begs the question here, Igwe. Mr. Deacon Mitchell, how much of that 2,200 passport you intend to be an agent for? Or did you attend that gala in Dubai? Because you see, that will ask the question here, if you went there as the Prime Minister or as an agent, because we have one they call the GDM Attorney General, Senator Claudette Joseph. And then man in tongue say the 150 you tell them not to take from Pay Joe. That's what they say. They say you don't give them nothing. So start to give them. Because every time they go places, you don't know which hat they win. If it's a party hat, or a government hat, or a ministerial hat, you don't know. So, out of the abundance of caution, I'm asking those people who could ask the Prime Minister, are you in Dubai as a CBI agent looking for business for yourself? Or are you there as the Prime Minister of Grenada? Because if you there as the Prime Minister of Grenada, you ought not attend that gala. No. And if you go as an agent, you are abusing power for personal gain. Anyhow you look at it, shitty different. So, out of the, under section 11, the approved project, real estate. Out of, because you say you want to make $111 million to finance the budget. So that means you got to sell 2,200 passports to make that money. Igwe. Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Minister of Finance, the one that is the chairman of the board of the gazette in GDB. Because only wrong thing they doing, you know, Igwe. That what I tell you a lie is the intention, you know. He's not saying what is not true, you know. Is the intention to deceive. That's bad, you know. You could say a lot of things why it's not true. You could say the cow jump over the moon because they teach us that. But it's the intention. The intention. And even the devil himself knows not the intention of man. But the action of man could tell you what the intention is. The intention is to deceive the Grenadian public. So out of that 2,200 passport, Igwe, I want the Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance and the Senate to tell us how much of those passports, one, is already sold, and two, how much are you agents for? And the third one, how much money are you make already? Because these questions we could ask. Because we the people entrust you people in a position of authority. So are you answerable to us? But then I don't listen to the Parliament of Real FM. So that is why I call in on Miss Sandra Ferguson and them. Pastor Stanford Simon and them. Mr. Dave King and them. Miss Ferguson and others. Master Wheelie. All you could ask those questions. Because all you have to do is simply this. Get answers to those questions and blow me out of the water. Prove to the people what I say no makes sense. That's the easiest thing for all you to do. I don't guess I thought to go in Harvard or UTT or no way to do that. Just ask the question and debunk what I'm saying. But until then, corruption, Igwe. Because listen, Igwe, no, it's not just coming and say people corrupt. It's the fact that this organization, the cabal, the National Decolonization Congress, the NDC, have been entrusted in a position of authority. Them is they run in the country, so they're in a position of authority. And they're abusing that authority for personal gain by profiting out of the CBI. Because based on the CBI website, they are agents benefiting from, because they are agency fees. And when they set the best budget, Igwe, they have to make 83 million one way under Section 10. The NDF fund, the same fund, what had to have a savings of 40% and they break it down to 10 because they know about it. You have to sell 554 passports to make that money. How much passport sell under Section 10 already, Igwe? That is the question. Because we 4 months in the year. And how much of that passport U3 has been agent for? How much of those 554 passports I intend to make money on? And if you, the Prime Minister, the Chairman of Cabinet, to decide how the program run, because you're hearing all kind of talk, Igwe, how the state, you're hearing, I don't know. Only saying I like parang. I selling or I buy, I don't add in. They say you go in meeting and you're asking them how dare. They tell you how to run your country. They say you could run your country all you want, but you have repercussions. And after that meeting, you see they want to go in inter-America and develop bank, all kind of thing to get loan at concessionary because they get freed. The IMF and the World Bank go deal with them. So and then you hear they want to sell bonds on the Caribbean Security Exchange and so on. Mismanagement. Because I want that clip, Igwe. from Dr. Kitpicha or training school because they didn't listen. So, ego the thing grimy. So we have to ask all those questions and them go. When you ready, give me.
On Monday.
Say, put everybody, put all the money on the permanent stuff. Put all nurses on the permanent. Put all, everybody. Just put them because you're wicked if you don't do it. Yes. Go in government. Go into government and do that and find out who's going to support you. Go, then you will find out and they'll say, I didn't understand and I did not know. That's why you have to come in to a training school first and learn before you become the hippie.
No, Igwe. You have a particular name most supporters of the National Decolonization Committee, the National Democratic Congress, the cabal. They come like a syndicate. Look up the word syndicate for me, Igwe. Syndicate. They come like a syndicate. Syndicate is associated with crime. They come like a syndicate now. So under Section 10, yes, 554 passports are to sell to make that money. So I want to know the three agents: Dennis Matthew, Sylvester Cornwall.
A group of individuals or organization combined to promote some common interests. Syndicate.
Yes, common interest to take, to profit, because the common interest is to profit.
It's a group together.
Yeah, the common interest of these three persons is to profit, is for personal gains. The other them is agents and they still pulling the string. You understand? The syndicate is to abuse power for their own personal gain. Igwe. So, yes, Igwe. So the 554 passport, because if I interested in CBI and I know these people and them aligned to who setting how the program run, who signing the passport, that the people and them are going through. Because thing easy, like 1, 2, 3. So I want to know how much of that 554 passport is already sold. How much are you three agents for? And if so, how much money you make already as agents fee? We want to know. Under Section 11, which deal with the approved projects, investment projects, 11, where they have to sell, let me close it here now, where we have to sell 2,200 passports. How much of that 2,200 passport is already sold? How much are you agents for? And how much money are you make? Simply this. We'll take a break and be back.
Where you go? Where you walk? What you say? When you talk? Where you go? Where you walk? What you say? When you talk?
It's a hungry world out there.
Broadcasting from the historical Parish Main Street, Certez, to your home, vehicle and office. Today's hit music on Real FM.
Grand Case, in collaboration with the National Ozone Unit, will be conducting introductory training in refrigeration and air conditioning at the YWCA building, Granville, St. Andrews, starting on Monday, May 8th, 2023. Classes will be held 3 days per week, Mondays and Wednesdays from 4:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. and Saturdays 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. for 5 weeks. Cost $75. For further information, call Grand Case at 440-6003.
The Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, the credit union of Grenville, takes you where you want to be. Feel secure with the Credit Union of Grenville, taking care of all your financial needs, including savings, loans, mortgages, and sound financial advice. Serving you with branches on Jubilee Street in Grenville, Lucas Street in St. George's, and coming soon, our Grandstand sub-office. Call us on 442-8602 or visit one of our offices. With Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, your financial security is guaranteed.
Who wants to save 30%? Everybody! Now more than ever, Flow understands the need to make your dollar stretch. Our new bundles can help you save 30% off your current bill. Plus, get a free speed upgrade on your in-home internet. Simply add your mobile to your current home services account and save 30%. It's easy. Sign up now and save. All on the most reliable fixed and mobile network on island. Visit a Flow store or call us at 1-800-804-2994 for more information. Flow, it only gets better. Terms and conditions apply.
Boy, yo, they gonna fly with kite now. The wind picking up.
I'm coming. Karim, what you doing?
Fly my kite.
Yeah, but not here. You can't fly kite near power lines, boy.
Why not? The wind good.
Because mommy say kite threads conduct electricity.
Yeah, kite. He's right. If your kite gets stuck in power lines, it can cause power outages, or even worse, it can get shocked.
Come, let's go and fly them in the pasture.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It is said, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Therefore, the authenticity of the beverage can only be acquired in the taste. A taste which is original to Antoine de Beauregard Industries and comes from a combination of spices and local rum, which can hold its own all over the world. Woodman, a strength which speaks for itself. A taste which stands out from the rest, bottled with care, which speaks to perfection. Try Woodman today and be stunned by a flavor as never before. Let your palate savor that which is produced locally. Do not be deterred by substandard products. Our taste speaks volumes and sets us apart from the competition. You will be satisfied with every sip of our product. Say rum, say Woodman, feel satisfaction. Now that's quality.
If you're looking to improve or maintain your health, look no further. We have a general practitioner right here on Main Street, Sautez in the Quasi. Dr. Guerrero, a gynecologist and surgeon who specializes in women's health. She offers lab tests, blood, pap smears, prostate cancer, and stool tests. Consultation for pregnant women from beginning to end. Surgeries, which includes hysterectomy, tying of tubes, vaginal shrinking, removal of uterine fibroids, and vaginal warts, hernias, C-section. She also specializes in diagnostic and therapeutic DNC, abnormal bleeding. They're in collaboration with Alice Labs, located in St. George, opposite the Excel Plaza. Dr. Santos, an oncologist who specializes in cancer treatment, a general practitioner, family doctor, will be joining Dr. Guerra in the not-too-distant future. Walk-ins are accepted. You can also call for an appointment at 423-3352. That number again, 423-3352. You can also contact us on our landline at 444-4272. That number again, 444-4272. Put your health first.
91.5 Real FM got you covered.
You asking me what is wrong with Trinidad? You can't understand why things go on so bad. You find we so rich in human resources, and yet the country going to pieces. Well, let me tell you, my friend, where we went wrong. After Eric Williams' old car breakdown, we called in an AR, we ordered an Xcom and installed a new driver. Stay deck, computer, air conditioned cylinder. With much new fittings, this maxi car arrived. Then it start to swerve and nosedive. It took a year for passengers to realize. They say, the new driver cannot drive.
Igwe, we back.
Yeah, we back.
But in all our discussion, listen what the thing really come grimy on, and I make all these points before to get to this one. Mr. Deacon Mitchell, being the Minister of National Security, has the final say on who gets a CBI passport. If he decide not to sign off on it, nobody don't get in tune. And he's an agent. So, picture this. I'll make it simple. He is the goalkeeper. He still is the striker. He's the midfielder. He's the referee. And still the crowd. And the commentator. This thing must have corruption. Because the one who sets how the program should run is the one who determines finally who get a passport. And is the one who is an agent as listed by the CBI website. Because the Minister of National Security, who is also head of the cabinet chairman, so he has the authority to approve what he considers to be a successful applicant, fit and proper to become a citizen through the program. And he's an agent. So let me look at that. If he get money from somebody who want to beat, that means the person already approving. So if the agent, if he has an agent, so every person will check him and he becomes the agent. He and Dennis, Sylvester, Matthew Cornwall, and Andrea St. Bernard. Any person check them as agent, they already get through. Because Mr. Deacon Mitchell is the one who finally approved successful applicants. And people don't want us to speak about that. So Mr. Pierre, calling on your good friend Master Willie. Morning, Mr. Pierre, what you say? Why you claim to fame, Master Willie?
Good morning, and good to be on the program as usual. I think he's a strategic expert on public policy analyst, and he's the only one in the OECS.
So, Master Willie.
Very powerful position.
So that's why this morning, because Mr. Pierre, they don't want to speak to me and you. But they go speak to Dr. Bob. Yeah. They go speak to Miss Callistra. They go speak to Master Willie. They might listen to Miss Sandra Forwasson. They might listen to Dave King. They might listen to Stanford Simon and them. And they should listen Mr. Tillman Thomas. The man who preach integrity, but as though integrity comes seasonal now, like rain and sun. Rain season and sun. Because Mr. Pierre, the danger in the whole CBI thing is the person who determines how the program runs. And the person who has the final say on who successful applicants would be is also an agent making money. So why are you trying to tell me if he is an agent of somebody, he will take their money and don't sign off on it? So they say they're in a meeting, he's supposed to attend a meeting, a gala. They say he's supposed to attend a gala in Dubai, Mr. Pierre, on the 27th. So asking the question, is he there as an agent to make money for himself? Or is he there as the Prime Minister? If he is there as the Prime Minister, he ought not to attend that meeting because of the position he holds in the CBI program. the ex officio, the one who has it in his hands, Igwe, and the one who sign off finally. Because if he decides somebody don't get in it, as the Minister of National Security, don't get in it like how they send back the Russian the other day. And that is the danger. So you had this gentleman like a friend of mine tell me he's the goalkeeper. He's the manager, he's the coach. He's the goalkeeper.
Commentator.
He's the striker.
Everything.
He's the midfielder. He's the defender.
Broadcasting.
He's the referee. He's the crowd. He's the broadcaster.
Yeah, man, he's everything, well.
And because they don't appointing people to you see how the Integrity Commission? They don't appointing people to the Integrity Commission. So who is presently oversight for that mix-up Kalalu thing? Who guarding the guards? Because they mash up FIU. They had the forcing all kind of problem. Men walking out every day. Where or not is the Prime Minister so intricately involved in a money-making venture that he has? Because listen, as an agent, he has a vested interest, Mr. P. And this thing is what? I don't know. Igwe? Mr. Pierre?
One of the challenges with what is going on now is ultimately Grenada international reputation or regional reputation is being seriously eroded and deteriorated. And we have come a long way from the days of the 70s when Eric Macho Gary got a lot of negative press. Some of it was justified and some of it was gross exaggeration. And then we had the revolution and people's hope. I think the majority of people hope was they were very hopeful that things would better and things turn out worse. And then we had the rescue mission, and I think previous governments tried to make things better. I've always said that the last 2 terms was two of the best terms perhaps in our history. I did not hear anybody pointing any serious finger at any one of the ministers. The women kept themselves at a top quality level. They were wives, mothers, they were the good community person, and they behave in a very frugal manner. So now it is disturbing. And what is even more disturbing is some of the individuals who were in the forefront making mountains out of molehills. Now they have lost their ability to speak. And sometimes I believe we must walk the talk, we must talk the walk, and we must leave the talk. And you have a number of people in Grenada who was constantly attacking the government for very minor issues, very insignificant issues. They blow it out of proportion. I've always admired the level of tolerance that was exhibited by Kate Mitchell, Peter David, Emmeline Pierre, the sister from Carriacou, the sis Miss Modeste, all the members of the NNP exhibited great tolerance and a sense of inclusiveness. And they tend to be sensitive to the criticism that was meted out against them. Now we have a new government and people hope really raised again. Even the NNP that lost the election never expected this group of individuals, who I always call political neophytes, because they were not involved in the mainstream of politics before. And they seem not to know our history. They seem not to recognize that there must be check and balance Because things must seem right. It must not only be right, it must seem and appear to be right. So if you're going to run the CBI program and you want to be an agent of the CBI program, but you yourself is the one who sign off on who gets and who doesn't get, obviously, your company would be in the forerunner all the time. There is no check and balance. And individuals in our country supposed to be the check and balance of the democracy. And I always go back to the trade union. The trade union. Because they must take some proactive action. They can see the scent, the smell, the direction of corruption. It's quite true they are not paid for that. Because their members, maybe the membership is not affected now. But the membership will be affected in the future. The budget depends heavily on the CBI program. So if you have a whole set of issues that contribute to the CBI program crashing, then it would affect the trade union immensely. And they should be, if you for one, you should be forearmed. You know, in that capacity, you kind of baffled. I hear you was calling some of our brothers name that you taught. And because they set up themselves as some moralists over the years, foaming around, giving people the impression that they are the custodian of morality. I always say to people, we the ordinary folks are the custodian of morality. Till I talk, John Galt, we are the ones that are the custodians of morality. You know, and it seems that all of them gone in a cocoon. They gone hide. They're waiting perhaps till the NDC period end to pick up the arms again. The journalists are sorry for some of the journalists. Some of the individuals who claim to be journalists, your significance would be so diluted that over a period of time, you would pave the way for it to be very difficult for journalists to be recognized. You see, we have a press. We have a, because of the computer age, because of the level of communication, I hope I'm getting it right there, that information is so readily available that anybody can put out information on the radio, on the media. And personalities who have no experience or no training in journalism could make professional journalists disappear at a significance diluted. Because when they should speak, they got contaminated in the momentum. They got contaminated in the momentum. The Prime Minister, I said sometimes you have to study individuals, particularly all the 9 individuals that was lucky to win election because they were not involved in politics before. All the utterances have to be studied to see the pattern. And I in particular was paying attention to the Prime Minister. Imagine the Prime Minister says he have to pay some more money to the people for them not to get corrupt. Mm-hmm. It's practically an insult to all the individuals in the country who live very frugal, who live in poverty, who was extremely generous to their neighbors, and who preach honesty to their children, no matter what. And in every community, you hear acts of great generosity and honesty by ordinary folks. And individuals who got education, most of them, the state educate them. And no, the mother didn't have money to send them in university. The state educate them. And they in a scale, in a salary scale that is higher than the average Grenadian. And yet, they believe they will have to get more money to be honest. How much is more? How much money is more? How much money you consider is enough to make you honest? And this is some of the challenges we have. Because these are the individuals that are supposed to be setting the pace, setting the template, and encouraging Grenadians. The Prime Minister seems to be looking for his 10%. I think that's all he's doing. He's looking for his 10%. It doesn't matter where he gets it. The Prime Minister looking for his 10%. And that's why I ask Grenadians to Google Mr. 10% to understand. And he's encouraging his members to shop, to pick up the shopping bag and go to the government and shop for the weekly goods. You know? And it's so unfortunate and sad that a lot of the members of the National Democratic Congress, the moderates in the National Democratic Congress, have shut your mouth. How would you speak again? If you don't speak out now on these clear atrocities that taken place, how are you going to open your mouth? I always tell people to speak to the children, you know. Because the first people that lose faith in you is your children and your spouse, you know. The woman say, my husband is a crook, man. She say, I like him, but he's a crook. All wrong things today. A very educated man, the woman says she husband is a crook. And the children lose faith in you. And that is why I had to be shocked at my brother Willie when he said, the good people. And he said, those in the knot making noise. And I constantly challenge him because of his academic acumen, how much certificate he have. And because of his level of expertise, you always want to read what he writes. You always want to listen to what he says. So he come like a shocker to you. It's thank God you remember Einstein. Einstein won you against intellectuals. He said where morality is concerned, don't pay much. You cannot trust the highly intellect. They tend to be very immoral, you know. And even Pope John Paul won again. Say don't abandon, don't invest in tertiary education at the expense of primary and secondary education. In Grenada, our productivity, some of our most productive people are not our intellects, you know. And I think the time has come to call on the Prime Minister. You no longer qualify to be an agent of CBI program.
Definitely not.
You no longer qualify. You cannot be the umpire. You cannot be the third umpire.
The referee.
The umpire on the field, the third umpire, and the referee.
Easy field.
You can't be selling passport and you have to sign what you sell. Yeah. You're going to bring the office, the whole issue into disrepute.
Disrepute. Into tata, into mess.
I don't know. I have great respect for my brother Richard Duncan. Because I'm very proud of the Ministry of Finance, you know. I always say to people,
lose the king.
The most productive ministry, the most productive people in our country are government pharmacists. You never hear about them. The Ministry of Finance and the police. But I know these things could change. So the history of Richard Duncan, the straight and narrow. I think he wrote a paper or a book to the straight and narrow, advising public officers to walk the straight and narrow. Either you advise the Prime Minister or you disassociate yourself from that reckless news.
You talk about detoxification.
You either advise the Prime Minister or you disassociate yourself from that. It have to be. You can't continue, otherwise you too will be seriously tarnished. You cannot be an agent to sell passport and yet you are the one to sign up on it. And the government paying you to go in Dubai to sell passport?
Well, listen this, Mr. P. When I heard all this thing on him, I thought it was a joking. And I see it was a prank. Because the great public, private, self-serving trip to Dubai by the Prime Minister. And Grenadian taxpayers' money you are paying for that, you know, mine, yours, and others, you know, to explore the potential CBI market listed as a CBI agent himself. You know. That has to be a joke.
Well,
where else in the world you hear that? Where else, even in Trinidad, that can happen?
Well, it appears that they're making Grenada one of the laughing stock in the Caribbean. Ralph Gonzalez was he laughing all he know? Ralph Gonzalez was he laughing all he know? I mean, is that's one of the reason we get rid of the government? To create this group individuals that flaunt the law, you know, with impunity. What happened to the NDC moderates? I know they are pregnant with militants, but the moderates in the National Democratic Congress, you could salvage some of the dignity of that party. You could say to them, you cannot do that. The government of Grenada Prime Minister is an agent to sell passport, and the government sent him in Dubai to galvanize supporter, to advertise, to sell passport for his company.
And listen this, Mr. Pierre. The same gentleman you now spoke of, Mr. Duncan. And you talk about the straight, what you call it?
The straight and narrow.
Because he, Mr. Duncan, remember he returned the $10,000 on the wine?
Yeah, well, I tell you, the individual...
So how now? He was speaking on that clear conflict with the CBI and the Prime Minister?
He has not been a very vocal person on issues.
But that's something he should speak about.
But he himself, I believe, advocated all over the years, and he's a gentleman I have great respect for. Walk the straight and narrow. If you do not want to speak, then the best thing is to resign from the company.
Mr. Pierre, Mr. Duncan, is the chair of the CBI, and Mr. Duncan, sends document to the Prime Minister for approval. Who pays the agency fees? You know?
So he sent document to the Prime Minister from the Prime Minister company to the Prime Minister.
You catch it?
You see,
straight and narrow man.
You see, you must go back to understand what's going on in Grenada now. You must research Mr. 10%.
Mr. Duncan.
Go and research Mr. 10%.
The people counting on you, Mr. Duncan.
Yeah. Now, Mr. Duncan either resign from this group of human beings. It's a new group of human beings we create in Grenada.
A cabal. Look for that.
It's a new group of human beings we create because we are envy against the success story of Kit Mitchell. So we create this vengeful group that interested in restorative justice of victimization and vengeance.
We have a caller, Mr. Pierre. Let's take the call.
Good morning.
Morning, caller.
Good morning to the panel. What we hate, that's what we like. That's what we're going on there. What we hate, that's what we like. I thought Prime Minister come to work with the people and not for himself. Like he's working for himself and not the people, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You know what went on there? He's working for himself. Because you know what went on there? The Ali sit down, he telling you how much money he used to make in a court, in the court, he have to make it back in 4 years, you know. You check it out, he have to make that money back before he leave. leave parliament, leave election, or leave or lose his seat or whatsoever. I just can't understand. You only hooking on all the people and them in Grenada for the $2 when they make a $2. You go into the barber, you go into the hairdresser, you go into everybody you go into, and you park it big and everybody on small. And there's a lot of us cannot see nothing what's going on there. Everything the Prime Minister do, them two tongue and them supporting, you know. They're supporting, you know. And this man is listening to people and them, oh, if he what he do is what he... No, you come and work for the country and the people, not for yourself. I don't watch what's going on. I don't listen to what's going on. Only we talking and we just leaving the people and them do what they want. What they hate, that what they like today. I used to hear Mr. Tillman and Nazim Bok and them talking about that same passport. I watch all of them in it now. All of them in it. All you have a blessed day.
Yes, I think...
So, Mr. Pierre, before you go, it is fit and proper at this juncture to speak to Mr. Duncan, Richard Duncan. And I would borrow a line from a Calypsonian here. You know. Please, Mr. Duncan, make a better try. Please, Mr. Duncan, no mama guy. And here I want to call Mr. Terry Forrest, I would like to talk. Because last time the leader of His Majesty Opposition as GBN, you want to call and ask question. Mr. Terry Forrest address this, the CBI. Where the Prime Minister sets the percentage, he signed all passport, he approved, he has the final approval on passport, and he's an agent. Terry Forrester, that you must talk about. Because you have to talk about issues that affect him. That is corruption, because Mr. Pierre, listen, you want here and one person to understand and not, I didn't make up this definition. Corruption is a form of dishonesty or criminal offense which is undertaken by a group of persons or organization which is entrusted in a position of authority in order to acquire illicit benefits or abuse power for one personal gain. The Prime Minister and the National Democratic Congress as an organization was entrusted in a position of authority from the 23rd of June last year. And they abusing the power for personal gains. That is corruption, Mr. Pierre. And Mr. Duncan and Mr. Forrest and the other names we call. All you have to address that you want to call Stanford Simon, you like to preach on Nehemiah, the rebuilding of the temple. Right now we need to rebuild the confidence of one, the Grenadian public, and the international and regional community watching this thing. As Mr. Pierre indicated, the Cornell in St. Vincent, he laughing up there. You know.
I mean, dying.
He barely hurting him with laughing. Let's take that call.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Good morning.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Carl and Mr. Pierre, agree. You know, when you listen what's happening, the interest of this government, especially the Prime Minister. He was the Minister of Finance, right? And he refused to go down to Barbados to try to get his money.
Yeah, for the 70 million for the Western Mineral Project. But he didn't do why? Because he's an agent.
Yeah, he did not go, right? That money, if he was going to get his money, that could have been benefited to all the people going to compete in Martin. You have proper road for the people to travel. Because you know he said that he wanted to be a road, a smooth road, a proper road, go take us 30 minutes to reach up in St. Patrick. But if you say something, I miss something. You are the one should lead by example to go down in Barbados to seek and for that money, to get that money.
No, he don't have profit in Barbados for him.
He had no profit. So when you look at
but do what he have for himself.
You see someone who talk about something, but he don't mean. But when he will talk about something for his interest, and he will be the lead person to go in and seek fight. I'm saying when you have a leader, is the leading his children down to the precipice, right? And also leading the country down to a precipice. We remember before 2022 election, Grenada was an example for the other Caribbean to follow. They were at the head of this class. But right now, Grenada become at the back of the class. Because why? You have a change of government with ministers that's there seeking the interest. And the interest they're seeking is to enrich themselves and to make the people of Grenada and Peter Martin suffer, to make them more poorer and poorer every day. Poor every day. Because they're not seeking the interest. It was seeking the interest of the people, especially the less fortunate. Right? The less fortunate people of Grenada and Peter Martin. They would also benefit the higher class of people. Because when you have the poor class of people working and more people employed, the rich people benefit. But when you get rid of the poor class of people and send them home, they're working, how do you expect more money to pump in the country when you have less people working? And they don't employ nobody. Because if you check in 2008, what if it happened? They sent home the Imani workers. But what happened? The wage bill gone up. Look again, 2023. From 2023 again, what happened? I'm sure the wage bill go up. Because why? They paying advisors to sometimes one ministry or two advisors. And what advisors in the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Sports, and what is nothing going on? Did you ever hear any minister give a ministerial report of what happened in the ministry? Because I do believe what happened now, the Calgary report, because nothing going on. And what's going on is ministers have a bank which is not Grenada Development Bank, but the ministers' bank, where they could go and shop and get loan to do the business. While the poor man want to get a small loan to help himself, where he could employ one or two people, it becomes difficult for them to get it. Mm-hmm. So, Mr. P, what you see here, is these people who go off and right now, they don't seek the interest. They only seeking the self and the friend and the family interest. Right? That would they seek it. Yeah. So I call upon the Grenadian people, look, speak out. We have a right, that's our democratic right to speak out about the wrong things that are going on in our country. We have to speak, but we have to do it in a respectful way. Do it in a respectful way. So have a blessing.
Yes, thank you. It's pretty interesting, and then the caller is right. Maybe we need more people, particularly members of the National Democratic Congress, because you are the ones in power. The government is not giving information. They are only speaking to the friendly journalists. So they're not, even in Parliament, they're not answering the questions. But how long these things will go on for? Eventually, other Caribbean countries going to see Grenada as a joke. So I believe the time is opportune, the time is right, the time is correct. And we're right to call on the members of the National Democratic Congress, particularly those that was making a mountain out of molehill. They saw corruption all around corner. Right now, I understanding that the government is setting up a committee to raise the pay again. Yeah, they're setting up a committee.
After the 2000?
I understand they've been advised to include the opposition on this committee this time because they want to raise the pay. They say the Prime Minister wants about $35,000 a month.
So I'm never hearing that. So listen, let me hear that. So the government negotiating team is telling the unions through salary negotiator that constraint with the Fiscal Responsibility Act does not allow them to offer them more than 5% and 4%. But the same government looking to raise the pay. After they didn't work yet and they raised it by 2,000, they don't work for it yet. They still want to raise the pay again, Mr. Pierre?
I think
that has to be a prank.
I think the biggest issue on it is to look at where the government emphasizes. Where the government emphasizes. The government lost the money in Barbados, and one could safely say, and principally it is because they snubbed the financial institution. The Prime Minister, then the Minister of Finance, refused to go. He was going to Tobago. Every other little insignificant issue he was attending.
No, but listen, listen, Mr. Perry, check the trend of the Prime Minister. He attends a lot of private functions.
That's what important. Where the emphasis of the government is. You see, it's very important. Sometimes we could get sidelined with a particular sensational issue and not see the trend of the government. And because we are appealing to the moderates in the National Democratic Congress, who perhaps have more influence on the Prime Minister and his team than anybody else, to show them, look at the trend of the Prime Minister. Every issue where you have a personal benefit, the Prime Minister and his team gone. Traveling benefits them. Some of them get the opportunity to visit friends, relatives, no new place, and save back a little money. Get the opportunity to sleep in hotels. Some of them brought their boyfriend with them. I don't like to say boyfriend, their spouse. They brought their spouse. Some of the males brought their spouse. The females brought their spouse with them on toes. At government expense. Look at the scandalous way in which they are spending money to travel. In this period of the world when most nations become more conservative and using the technology for meetings, they are flying all around. From Brazil to Dubai. So the Prime Minister now on his trip to Dubai is for his personal issue. He is representing his company to sell passport. But the government of Grenada is paying the Prime Minister to go to Dubai to represent his company. And make sure the Minister of Finance knows was angry because he can go. Sometimes they get more work than the Minister of Finance.
Yeah, but you go get his crumbs from the table, man.
Because where they go there, they go to seek the company's interest. How you could have these two individuals at this level in the country have companies selling passport, and the next one was vexing him.
I don't bring Richard.
Because you don't want Richard. Richard is to wash, is to help them wash. You see, for you to understand,
Richard is to detoxify.
To detoxify the corruption and make it look presentable so he could walk the straight and narrow. So for you to understand that, research Mr. 10%. And when you study that, you're going to understand what is going on in Grenada. This thing is not about people in the lower income group. It is not about the elderly, the physically challenged, the unemployed, the Imanis. It's not about them.
It's not about the ordinary Grenadians.
It's not about the ordinary Grenadians. It is straight for selfish reasons. And that's one of the reasons I've always been asking, who sent the Prime Minister? Why is he in politics?
From whence he came?
Why is he in politics? He was making money as an agent for CBI. From all intention, he was doing well as a lawyer. So there's somebody or some force that is propelling him. Because after 9 months or 1 year, whatever, you can see his policies. It's difficult to determine what policy the government has. It's only some scattered statements that seems to be bringing rewards to the Prime Minister and some of his members. Maybe those members who he feel will challenge him, they get a blind. They get a loan in the bank. They get a trip to go to keep them busy. Keep them busy. Send them away.
They send them in Barbados and lose the 70 million.
Yeah, well, he just snubbed. I think he didn't meddle with the financial institution. Maybe he believed his newfound friends in Dubai. He wanted to disassociate from the British influence, perhaps. And it's contradictory. Because after he embraced Daniel Ortega,
yes,
he shafted the Haitians.
Yes.
And the Haitians would have felt that shaft, Because once you go to school in Haiti, you have respect for Grenada.
Yeah.
Because Henry Christophe was from Grenada, and Sanssouci in Haiti is as a direct result of Henry Christophe, where he was living in Sanssouci in Grenada. So every Haitian knows that. So after the Prime Minister speaking glowing terms, as if he's going to fight for Haiti, he immediately shaft Haiti. And this is...
Haiti no benefit for him.
No benefit. And it was pretty insulting because anytime you meet a Haitian and you say Grenada, particularly those who have gone through the school system. Yes, caller, welcome.
Morning, gentlemen.
Yes, my brother, welcome.
How you guys doing?
Great, man.
Mr. Carl.
Yay.
You mentioned a name this morning that I was supposed to mention over and over on this program and them. I say on them. Whatever program that you all consistently deal with this kind of subject matter and them. And so amazing subject matters. And I asked yesterday, before I go to actually say what I'm talking about, I asked yesterday that you all address that subject matter that you did 2 days before, where you dealt with the integrity aspect of the charter of the CDB, the CDB, which disqualifies ministers and so on
from getting money,
from getting loan and whatever. This thing is so serious that people are not taking note of it, you know. So I want you all to emphasize it today.
Yes.
Hopefully on Sunday again, emphasize that kind of a thing.
Yes.
And as much as you're emphasizing this morning. So here goes the problem, the issue I'm talking about. The name Sten Bernard that you mentioned this morning, involving the corruption that is consistent and continuous in this country nowadays, is the advisor to the Attorney General.
You sure?
Hello? I'm asking you, I'm telling you. That woman that was appointed as the advisor to the Attorney General. And before I go on, somebody in a discussion a few days ago, a few of us sat talking, and there might be even NDC guys, I don't know. And I am not an NNP, I'm not an NDC. So whatever is this subject matter is an objective discussion that should be held. And he's the nephew, the guy who made this statement to me, after I pointed certain things to them. He's the nephew of my good brother, as I'll call him, Mr. Sylvester, or Mr. Cornwall, or you call him, the Minister Cornwall. And the guy said, who do you think running this country? The ex-banker. You know what I'm talking about? The ex-banker. He's the man who is the main advisor to the Prime Minister nowadays. And the guy said to me that he had run in this country. Going back to the issue of the Attorney General issue. You have an advisor to the Attorney General, the most absurd position ever created in the world. The Attorney General is the person who advises the government through the cabinet. In the process of cabinet meetings, the only set of people that are supposed to be inside there are ministers or special appointed Attorney General, for example. When the Attorney General needs advice on a subject matter, what she will do, leave the advisor outside the door.
Go to the advisor.
But now we're discussing so and so there, you know, and we have to go on, what is the best thing to do? I mean, what kind of nonsense is that? If the woman is so dunce that she cannot advise the government on her own, you have to have an advisor for her. This thing is so absurd, it's amazing. And people need to understand what that means. It's a serious issue in this country. And at the same time, the Prime Minister is a liar who's supposed to know better when it comes to such things. And I know it's a corporate lie, it's not a constitutional lie, but at least that ABC words. That's ABC issues.
They say the higher monkey climb the more he expose it.
Position. That is a serious issue, man. I listen. Take care.
Yes.
No, Mr. Pierre, that caller, if what the caller says is true, Mr. Pierre, raise a very serious question. You know?
You mean why
listen, Mr. Pierre, if the advisor, as he say, I don't know, I thought we saw that. If who he say is the advisor to the AG is real, that person there on the board of GDB, which the AG has an appointed person on that board. You see the kind of stupidness that going on there, Mr. Pierre? The cabal for friends, associates and family. This thing is serious, Mr. Pierre. This thing smells serious. You call? Mr. Pierre, this thing and we don't have an integrity commission in place because they deliberately not appointing people to that thing, Mr. Pierre. They mash up FIU so they can, and that's FIU mandate to deal with financial crimes. So they could have bingo for $150,000.
No tax.
You understand the kind of thing going on in this country? Yeah? And yet still you have persons, as you say, the educated among us, who defending this thing, or some go, they fall asleep. You know what, like the song we just play to start up, the new driver cannot drive. Yeah, part of this say so, and Jack warn him, but he drop asleep driving. So this kind of people and them robbing the country while he's sleeping. We'll take a break here now and come back.
Where you walk, what you say, when you talk, where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolves in sheep clothing, birds of prey waiting to swoop down on you, and there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Where you go when you're walking, what you say when you're talking. You gotta be careful.
91.5 Real FM got you covered.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, insect screens and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&M Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices, or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
Ozone really gets it clean. Get with the Ozone family line of products. Ozone liquid laundry detergent, perfect for your semi or fully automatic washing machines, yet suitable for your hand wash, soft on your hands. Ozone disinfectant cleaner. It's the most powerful disinfectant and cleaner with a long-lasting fresh scent. Tackles every job around the house or office. Ozone detergent powder and ultra soft fabric softener gets your clothes clean with a natural freshness. Keeps your colors bright. Choose from the wonderful scents, soft flower, ocean breeze, and the new aloe vera. Keep your kitchen sparkling clean with the Ozone dishwashing liquid, Ozone sponges, and cleaning cloth. Ozone toilet bowl cleaner removes lime scale and kills germs while giving your toilet a refreshing scent. Ozone really gets it clean. Marketed and distributed by Calico, Frequente St. George's, and are available at shops and supermarkets nationwide.
Now more than ever, Flow is working hard to keep you connected to the things that matter most. Your family, your work, and your favorite entertainment. We are also providing Flow Study free of charge so students can stay connected and up to date with their schoolwork. And because your safety is our highest priority, you can manage your account from the safety of your own home through the MyFlow app. We are here for you, keeping you connected.
Boy, they gonna fly with kite now. The wind picking up. I'm coming. Karim, what you doing? Fly my kite.
Yeah, but not here. You can't fly kite near power lines, boy.
Why not? The wind good?
Because mommy say kite threads conduct electricity.
Yeah, kite. He's right. If your kite gets stuck in power lines, it can cause power outages, or even worse, it can get shocked.
Come, let's go and fly them in the pasture.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Gwen.
Where you walk, what you say, when you talk, where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour.
This is the latest news update as produced by Triple N. Details when we get back. Gittins Home and Garden Center, your main pillar for agricultural supplies in Grenada. We supply fertilizers, herbicides, seedlings and nursery supplies, diesel water pumps, walk-behind tillers, organic and environmentally friendly agricultural inputs. We're serving you from 2 locations at Birch Grove and booth 34 at the Vendors Market in Grenville. Cost-effective agricultural solutions for all your needs. Visit Gittins Home and Garden Center for the best in everything agriculture. Call us on 409-2175 or 438-4337. Gittins Home and Garden Center, from your farm to your backyard. Welcome back locally. Officials at the Grenada Electricity Services Limited are assessing the situation following a fire at the Boucherjou plant in the early hours of the morning on Friday, 28th April 2023. There were no injuries sustained during the incident. While the fire was extensive, the company is mobilizing resources to support the Caracou team in ascertaining the condition of the plant. Given the fire, there is an island-wide outage in Caracou at present. Grenlec's priority is to restore electricity services in the quickest possible time. Officials will provide more information upon the completion of the assessment. In the region, United States Ambassador to Trinidad and Tobago Candice Boyd says her country is working hard to stop the flow of illegal firearms to the Caribbean. Terry Ann Brown Campbell has the story.
The United States is committed to halting the illicit trafficking of firearms from its shores into the Caribbean region. This is according to U.S. Ambassador Candice Bond. Ambassador Bond was speaking to representatives from CARICOM and the Dominican Republic, who are attending a 3-day Caribbean Basin Security Initiative meeting on preventing the illicit trafficking of firearms.
Our commitment to stemming the illicit trafficking of firearms from the United States can be seen in landmark legislation recently passed and enforced to prevent gun violence and strengthen border security. President Biden signed the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act on June 25, 2022.
The ambassador noted this law makes the trafficking in firearms and the use of false identities to purchase guns and ammunition a U.S. federal crime.
And through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, the U.S. Congress allocated $3.4 billion to modernize ports of entry on U.S. northern and southern borders, supporting increased border security efforts and enhancing information sharing on illicit firearms trafficking.
She also highlighted that through the Caribbean Basin Security Initiative, the U.S. has invested over $832 million in the Caribbean to reduce illicit firearms trafficking, increase public safety and security, as well as promote social justice.
Thank you, Terry Ann. Around the globe, ex-VP Pence appears before grand jury.
Former U.S. Vice President Mike Pence appeared before grand jury, probing former President Donald Trump's role in efforts to overturn the 2020 election.
About American justice.
A source familiar with the matter told Reuters about the case on Thursday. Multiple black SUVs with black-tinted windows were seen leaving the Washington Federal Courthouse parking garage. Security was beefed up more than usual at the courthouse, and a bomb-sniffing dog was spotted in the hallway. ABC News and NBC News earlier reported that Pence stayed more than 7 hours inside. Representatives for Pence had no comment. Earlier this month, Pence disclosed he would not appeal a judge's order for him to testify to the federal grand jury about conversations he had with Trump leading up to the deadly attack on the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021. During those conversations, Trump repeatedly lambasted Pence for refusing to try to prevent Congress from certifying Joe Biden's win. On Wednesday, Trump lost his appeal to block Pence from testifying in the special counsel investigation, according to CNN. Trump, who is running for president in 2024, faces a slew of other legal challenges, including a separate special counsel investigation into his handling of classified documents and a probe in Georgia related to alleged interference with the state's 2020 election. A civil trial is currently underway over rape accusations against the former president by writer E. Jean Carroll.
And let's not forget, we have sports. The Boston Celtics are through to the Eastern Conference Playoffs semifinals after a thrilling 128-120 victory over the Atlanta Hawks. Jaylen Brown scored 32 points and Jason Tatum added 30 as the Celtics won the best-of-7 series 4-2. This ends the latest news update as produced by Triple N. I am your presenter, Maxine Entwine, thanking you for listening.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour. 91.5 Real FM got you covered.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway, St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials, including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel, and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, insect screens, and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&M Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices, or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
Ozone really gets it clean. Get with the Ozone family line of products. Ozone liquid laundry detergent. Perfect for your semi or fully automatic washing machines. Yet suitable for your hand wash. Soft on your hands. Ozone disinfectant cleaner. It's the most powerful disinfectant and cleaner with a long-lasting fresh scent. Tackles every job around the house or office. Ozone detergent powder and ultra soft fabric softener gets your clothes clean with a natural freshness. Keeps your colors bright. Choose from the wonderful scents: soft flower, ocean breeze, and the new aloe vera. Keep your kitchen sparkling clean with the Ozone dishwashing liquid, Ozone sponges, and cleaning cloth. Ozone toilet bowl cleaner removes lime scale and kills germs while giving your toilet a refreshing scent. Ozone really gets it clean. Marketed and distributed by Calico, Frequente St. George's, and are available at shops and supermarkets nationwide.
Make money, make money, 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 make money.
$3,000 every week for 3 months.
What?
Yes, it's the NLA's Crazy Cash Giveaway Promotion. Every week from April 11th to June 30th. 3 lucky Daily Games customers will randomly win $1,000 each week. Imagine winning as much as $36,000 in 12 weeks.
How?
Spend $12 in a single purchase on Daily Cash 4, Daily Pick 3, or Playway. Look for the words Cash Winner on your tickets to collect $1,000. The more you spend $12 on your favorite daily games, the more chances you have to win. Must be 18 or older to participate. All prizes must be collected by July 7th, 2023. Other terms and conditions apply. See stores for details. NLA, making your dreams come true.
Make money, 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 make money, 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 money.
Broadcasting from the historical Parish Main Street, Certez, to your home, vehicle and office. Today's hit music on Real FM.
You asking me what is wrong with Trinidad? You can't understand why things go on so bad. You find we so rich in human resources, and yet the country going to pieces. Well, let me tell you, my friend, where we went wrong. After Eric Williams' old car breakdown, we called in an AR, we ordered an X-car and installed a new driver.
91, you are the real boss.
With 33 passengers from the party, we gave him a maxi taxi, fitted with mag wheels, tape deck, computer, air conditioned 8-cylinder. With posh new fittings, this maxi car arrived. Then it started to swerve and nosedive. It took a year for passengers to realize. They say, the new driver cannot drive.
Yes, Igwe. Before we go on, I get a little breaking news for all you.
Tell me.
Last night, after Sheldon Scott finished doing program,
Yeah.
some men peeled bottles behind him when he leaving the building. He called the police and everything, but you sure them people ain't getting grimy?
I want them try that with me.
Let it come.
Tell them to come and try that with me.
I go peel bottle to it.
No, I don't peel thing, but not all kind of bottle go peel. Fire go get hot like the judgment. Igwe.
Yes, sir.
This web of corruption in Grenada. Ground zero corruption. Listen this. Nepotism. The practice among those with power or influence of favoring relatives, friends, or associates, especially by giving them a job. Now, the caller, one of the callers, gave some information and caller, it was not foolproof. You got misled by the surname. The advisor to the Attorney General is Miss Deborah Senbonard, not Andrea. She's the head of the Public Service Commission. And Miss Deborah Senbonard, brother, he said to be one of the board members of the GDB. So you see how the nepotism want family, friends, and associates? And that's what we see going on in Grenada at this time. At this time, the advisor to the Attorney General caller is not Andrea, but Deborah Senbonard. And Miss Senbonard is also the head of the Public Service Commission. And she brother, Mr. Trevor, a GDB board member. So you see, the practice among those in power or influence of favoring relatives, friends, and associates. Mr. Pierre, the floor is yours now.
I think because the Prime Minister, or is the policy of the National Democratic Congress, not to give information. They claim information is based upon need to know basis. It is also a fact that they are not answering the questions of the opposition in Parliament. And they have adjusted Parliament. And then they create law to intimidate and create fear among those who speak. So
we constantly are asking the question, and because of that scenario and the actions of the NDC politicos, social media warriors, trying to implement restorative justice, we have no choice but to call on the Trade Union Council, my brother Richard Duncan, and my brother Williams, and other moderate Grenadians who people respect daily. We're asking you now. We'll have to call on our Caribbean leaders later. We're asking you now to verify publicly if these things are true. That Miss Sam Bernard is the chairman of GDB, is also a member of the board of Greenlake, is also a special envoy, is also an agent to sell passport, and is also a treasurer. The treasurer of the National Democratic Congress. But my brother William Joseph, and my brother Richard Duncan, and my brother of the TUC, we still want to know if the advisor to the advisor of government is also the chairman of the Public Service Commission. Now these things cannot seem right. It cannot appear right. And it will be diluting the credibility of these institutions. Are you concerned about that? And you need to make statements publicly. And when I speak, I want to say what is true. You know, when you're on radio, you could make mistakes. You could say things like Trump. Speak out a script. So if I'm saying anything wrong, I encourage people to challenge me. And when I express my opinion, if I get new information, I change my opinion. So I call in on you because it seems that too much Grenadians have lost their tongue. So I'm calling on those individuals like Richard Duncan. He always advocates that public officers walk the straight and narrow. And my brother Willie, who because of his position as a strategic expert and public policy analyst, and he's the only one in the OECS. So it's necessary for me to call on him. And the TUC, Grenada Trade Union Council, because you know, if Grenada economy contracts or deteriorates worse, the first people to be affected is the people in labor. So I think it's important to get these facts out. And if you're able to verify, the public must know. The Prime Minister said in 5 days, 5 or 6 days, 1,500 people over the Caribbean sending their CV and the diaspora to help him. He said we have so much people, we don't post for them. But it seems the same names are recurring in all these positions, and all of them are associated with top members of the executive of the National Democratic Congress.
Mr. Pierre, just give me a moment here to introduce our guest this morning, Miss Chimney Hill. She was here last Friday, I wasn't here, and she got glowing reviews. As a matter of fact, the people call back for her. Yeah. Clifford, your girl on. Morning, Miss Cindy, how are you doing?
Good morning, everybody. Good morning to the listening audience, the viewing audience of Real FM 91.9. I gave Mr. Pierre and Andre an Igwe company last week, so I decided to come and keep you company this week. Well, they wanted me back.
Yeah. Right.
Good morning to everyone, and it's really sad listening to all of the the information that I've been hearing over a period of time. And Mr. Pierre would have alluded to the fact that 1,500 persons would have applied for the positions to be board members and so forth. But if you want to keep all the secrets in a basket, then you have to keep the same set of people in the same. So, if you have different persons, you might have information going out. But then if you have one, that's how I see it, because there is no way you could tell me that there aren't persons in Grenada that qualify to do the job that one individual is doing, or the different individuals are doing. So I guess they just want to have everything in, because information is not coming out. They're not giving out information at all. And persons are calling and ask for information, and then you have persons saying that don't give no information to the Grenadian people. So I'm baffled at the situation right now, Master Carl.
But it just to help you here, it is simple. Under this present corrupted NDC government, you either have to be a relative or a friend or an associate to get you. If you don't fall under any of that category, you don't get you. That is why out of the 1,500 people, only few make it. Because there are few friends, not so much relative, and the association.
Right, so they want to keep all that in there.
Yes.
All the secrets, all the nonsense they're doing, they want to keep it in there. So anybody coming in from the outside is probably going to create issues for. That's how I don't get it. I don't get it, because at the end of the day, it's from the get-go, all you hear about is corruption. Corruption from the get-go, and there is nothing happening on the ground. Nothing is happening on the ground. One man getting all this money, and it's going to be 1 year, they're celebrating, and at the end of the day, there is not a policy, there's no use policy rollout yet. It's coming to June. So what about the young people on the ground? What is there for them? What are the programs that you have for them? It's 1 year coming up. You have big celebration. What's happening to the persons that need a job? As a matter of fact, I was seeing the POP. He is always posting online. He put up a post asking for volunteers for the community center in St. George's. And I'm thinking, is everybody employed in that community? Couldn't you have thought about giving a man, somebody, or a couple of contracts to fix that community center? You're asking for volunteers to come out tomorrow. There's nothing wrong in volunteerism. But right now, because there's a lack of jobs and persons at home, what about the father that's not working? Couldn't you just do a little contract for him to get at least a week work or a 2 weeks work to renovate the community center? You're out there beautifying the place, but then nothing about creating the jobs, and you're asking persons to volunteer their time. So what's happening in this place? And only one set of persons getting eating all the food. So it's crazy to me. It's crazy to me because nothing is happening out there, Master Carl, Mr. Pierre, nothing. Roads are not being fixed. Persons are not being given any work. You have the youths, especially the young people. What is happening with them? What is your programs and policies in place for them? How are people surviving in Grenada right now? Maybe they could call in and say something about how they survive, because there's no jobs. So what creative, innovative things are you trying in order for you to survive in Grenada? Because the government do not care about you, about us. Clearly.
All right, we have a caller online. Morning, caller.
Good morning to you, Mr. Good morning to the persons there. And good morning to the great lady.
Good morning.
I will wish to know you a little bit more. You see, Chimney, where's Chimney Hill?
Don't worry what Chimney is.
No, I have a right to worry.
Don't worry.
I'm a Grenadian. I have a right to worry.
All right.
What part of Grenada? Where's Chimney Hill?
Chimney, you have to go and search for Chimney. Go and search for Chimney Hill.
Yes, I know you very well, you know,
Where you
Clifford.
live in-
I
you
know
live
your
in-
family.
You live in next to my brother then?
Yes, I know your family. I know
So
your
you didn't
mom.
even know there's Chimney Hill?
No. I hear about Chimney, but I don't know. I mean, in my days in St. Andrews, I never heard of the place called Chimney.
You're there in St. Andrews, you didn't born yet.
Well, if you did you go to the Anglican church?
Yes, I go to the Anglican church.
Then you probably would have an idea of my background.
He wasn't
which
a
I
good
wouldn't,
actor.
when we
my
see
mother-
it,
He wasn't a good acolyte, Jim.
Yeah, man. My mother was a stalwart in the Anglican
Yes, Miss
church.
Roslyn.
That's right. So you must know me, I know you.
Yes.
Okay. I think you made some very valiant points last week, and you start off on a very good note again. I'm concerned about this thing about minimum wage. I think it's a good thing to have a minimum wage, and I think saying that we didn't have minimum wage, we do for the last 10 or 12 years, might have some truth. The last government did make an attempt, but we had problem with the COVID and so on. I think it's good. But this thing I hear about, we want I am living wage instead of a minimum wage and whatnot. I think this thing complicating a lot of people. And when we set in minimum wage, one of the primary things we have to think of is what the island or what could be afforded. For instance, if we're telling the farmers, if the farmers must be paid, let's say the farmers getting $40 a day now, and you say that they should get $50 a day. Who is paying them the $50 a day? The workmen, the $50 a day. What the farmer could sell to keep that average price to be able to give that workers that $50 a day. So we can't talk about a living wage, because living wage could go way up, it could go keep up and down, the different class of people. But a minimum wage, how are you going to pay? How the ordinary man going to pay a carpenter who would work in for at least $150, $140? How you will be paying him? How are you going to classify that man minimum wage? I think it's a bigger job than what they're looking at. But it is over-needed. It is over-needed in Grenada, a minimum wage. Or to take the smaller man up the ladder. But how are we doing it? What, can the economy carry it?
You know?
Can a pound of nutmeg carry? Can a pound of cocoa carry? These are the things that have to be looked at. You have grant by estate. Government closed down grant by estate.
Mr. Richmond,
yeah.
You know what is the minimum wage for agriculture now?
The last pay was supposed to, I think they get $45 a day now, but the last pay was what?
Not $5 an hour, and you have to guarantee 5 hours.
5 hours. And that again
Mr. Bishman,
you can't guarantee 5 hours in every sector in the agriculture. So a lot of consideration has to be taken into consideration. That there are certain work that you do in agriculture that you cannot do it in 5 hours.
Mr.
For instance,
Richmond,
if you have between bananas, you can do that. Go ahead.
sometimes this is just a exercise in futility. It's just a exercise for distraction purposes.
Definitely.
This minimum wage thing is an exercise for distraction. Government is the biggest employer in the country.
Yeah.
And a lot of the workers have unions negotiating their salary.
Yeah.
So those people who have unions negotiating minimum wage is neither here nor there. Normally when they finish, they will give you minimum wage by the hour. So $5 an hour for agriculture worker, and the employer must guarantee 5 hours work, like $25. Right now, workers in the agriculture field working for $40 to $60 a day.
Yeah.
And if they spend 3 hours on the land, say, thank God. This is a big exercise in wasting time.
What you
What you need to do is create employment.
for people.
And once you have employment, you have the demand, then people is going to get.
You're saying almost the same thing as I'm saying.
When the government finish with the program, the employers put in cameras, the supermarket put in cameras, they're making adjustment, less people employed. And the government, and look at the government attitude. The government don't care about this group of people. So you're likely to have more violence, more social upheaval. That is what you like to
the lady point on it. But what you say there, Mr. Pierre, is almost the same thing as what I'm saying. And I'm saying that while I welcome minimum wage, I really believe that the salaries in Grenada are small, even for the civil servant. But where is the starting point? I can't see that starting point at all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You see, sometimes people constantly say salary in Grenada is too small. And if you open your mouth and you challenge them, you look as if you're the wickedest person in the world.
Definitely.
And sometimes I say to them, as you make the comparisons with other countries, look at our tax threshold. Yes, caller, welcome.
Yes, good morning, gentlemen and lady.
Good morning.
I'm saying, and continue to see that.
You might have to be a little louder.
Calling on the Minister of Finance to come and clear the air. Can ministers of government get loans at the GDB Bank? And I believe we have to keep calling on the Minister of Finance, even the Prime Minister and so on, to come and clear the air on that, because if you pass on the ground in the communities, everybody asking and no answers coming forth. But I tell people, continue asking. Maybe soon you'll get the answers. And saying that, when you look at the economic situation and the social injustices that are taking place, when you're talking about, a demoralized police force, you are hearing the talk on the ground.
Facts.
Hello?
Facts. A lot.
Yes,
300 on to go.
Yeah, and there are no tools. I can remember when that building fell
No
down
vehicle.
in Grenville there. No telephone lines and people calling on the police. They're trying, they come in, but they have no transport, and so on, no tools. And I saying that we're looking at the society. We're looking at the absence of jobs. The lower income bracket people, you see what's taking place to them. No safety nets. The safety nets and other economic programs, opportunities to help the people. That help the work of the police, and that keeping the crime rate down and the ills in the society, prostitution and all these things.
Social stability.
Yes. So in Grenada here, no. As it stands now today, it's very sad. It's very sad. Look at what happened to our senior people. Many of them who used to get the seed money.
They get left behind.
Cut. They're going now to the government dispensaries. No medication. They have to go. People have to help families. People have to help them to buy the medication. The situation is becoming worse and worse. And you're in one group of people, the upper group of people in this country, who people voted for to serve and bring benefits and to empower people's life, getting richer, and the poor man getting poor. So it's a joke now. They're calling on the people in this country. Let's get up and speak out and advocate for those who cannot speak, because this is sad and it's worsening. So I listening to you all. Keep up the good work.
Thank you,
Yes.
I need to respond to something to Clifford say about what you say, the minimum wage.
Yeah, I wanted to
No, I like to take a view, simply this. The present government negotiating team is telling the unions, because of constraint to the fiscal responsibility rule, they cannot offer them more. With that said, How could you telling one set of people, you the biggest employer, can't offer them more, and at the same time, fooling people about minimum wage? Are you going to amend the fiscal responsibility rule? And that, what is the consequence? Because you see, these government have a way of just telling people what they think they want to hear. And when you go down to reality or the thing, it is not making any sense. So you're talking about minimum wage, but at the same time you're telling people, hey, we can't give you nothing more than that because the fiscal responsibility rule won't allow us to do that. So this government need to come straight and at the caller say, maybe my representative, Dennis Sylvester Matthew Cornwall, could shed some light on that for us. Or people come and lie again because they like to lie.
Well, what I can say is that minimum wage has been an issue, topic for the longest while. And I'm sure that if something could have been, it should have been done. It's just that, I guess, based on the economic situation right now, as you said, I think it's just a smoke screen. Because if a minimum wage has been a topic from the get-go, you understand? But then you have the economic situation right now where you have everything is just going sky high. You have to understand that, I mean, the cost of living right now is high. The gas price is high. The electricity is high. The water bill is high. And then businesses have to look at, they have to take all these things into consideration, and before you even talk about increasing wages and stuff. So if the government is creating an environment where everybody can see their way, then you could take all these things and them into minimum wage into consideration. That's my view. And at this present moment, to talk about minimum wage and the condition the economy is in at this time, I think it's just a smokescreen.
Well, listen this. Mr. Pierre made a salient point. Either the government create avenues of employment. But listen this. Just to add to what you say, the NNP administration, when in office, recognized that same thing. But here what he did. He capped gas. He bring 25% on non-fuel charge to electricity. Water didn't have no levy. He made sure he had medicine for those who needed it in the medical stations. We had the social safety nets. All these things was, you see, and the National Democratic Congress, the National Decolonization Committee, call it hand, they used to say you giving people handout. Yes. That was not handout. No. That was governing the country because they recognized, okay, we cannot tackle minimum wage right now, but at the same time, let's cushion.
Yes, an easement.
Let's cushion the thing. They come. No handout. On cap gas. Now, what is the price of gas?
$15.95.
Water levy. They remove the 25% non-fuel charge on electricity. They add a levy and they add VAT. Well, you heard it on the radio station. People say you don't have medication, and they eroding all the social safety net. What that has done, it lead to frustration.
Yes.
With crime rising.
Exactly.
And the persons who less and I still forget that they added 150 to cushion the effect. Them men and them take it out. So that is a clear difference night and day. It's night and day, check and checkers and chess, they say. Night and day. So this present administration is doing nothing to create employment to the country. They go tax this country to oblivion because they attack. You have a serious attack right now on hairdressers.
Yes.
And barbers and them. Yes, and I'm saying it blunt. All you look for that. But all you have the chance come next election to redeem all yourself. Vote them out. Because they promise all you all kind of thing.
But did you listen to the penalty if they're not certified?
No, we go pay. That what I tell you.
$100,000 or how many years in jail?
I don't even go into the penalty. Just to get certified, the cost. Just to get certified to operate. And what is required. Watch. So if I come out in Trinidad and I want to Barbados, in a certain time I have to call back in Trinidad to get police record, that kind of thing.
Yes.
This thing is to frustrate the people. But we've been saying that here on the People's Parliament all along.
The government is strapped for cash, so they're going to pressure people right across the board.
How the government could trap for cash and they're taking $2,000 for themselves only?
It doesn't.
Mischief, watch out.
This minimum
They don't
wage,
care about people.
I have not been saying anything about minimum wage because it's a distraction.
Yes.
The government coming poor and they've been firing people. The government contract the economy. The economy was affected because of the COVID-19 and the war in Ukraine. But the government contract the economy seriously.
1,500 people send home and
government
counting.
fire over 2,000 people now. The government, in addition to firing the people, the government raised taxes on water. And one of the most fundamental things that everybody have to use, the poorer people themselves. The government raised taxes on water. The government raised taxes on sugar. When the government announced they're going to raise alcohol and taxes on alcohol, some of the companies hold back the alcohol.
Yeah, alcohol gets scarce.
The Carib factory, I believe, they raised the price of Carib around Christmas time to take the cash out. Now it's only an incompetent, dumb government that does that. In addition to that, the government dilute the confidence between the financial institution, informal workers and contract workers. How did they do that? They announced that you must be made permanent to get loan in the bank. And when they come in power, they did not make anybody permanent. They fired people that was working up to 19 years with government. The government changed the modus operandi of paying people. When you meet an economy under stress, you do nothing to stress it further. Because this small economy, confidence is an important factor. So right now, the higher purchase departments going to charge you bi-monthly. Nothing is wrong with that payment, but you don't have to shock the economy to introduce it. The manner in which the government introduced the bi-monthly payment shocks the economy. So now you're going to see people want to rent something, they go ask it for bi-monthly. If you go to the higher purchase shop, bi-monthly. The shops in the community that crediting you, bi-monthly. You create panic. This is what the government do. In addition to that, the government is take up the shopping bag. The ministers and those close to the government is shopping in the government treasury and departments. They're making, look at two of them got loan. It is said in the GDB. Look at who on the GDB board. The prime minister, the government is paying the prime minister to go in Dubai to sell passport for his company. These people are shopping at government expense while they're removing money from the poor and the physically challenged.
Well, you know, when you listen to information out there that that you have persons, the minister in the South owing taxes, so much millions of dollars,
2.2 million
in taxes. Hence the reason for the tax amnesty. Hence the reason for the tax amnesty. I mean, who have eyes to see, who have ears to hear, use it. The information is out there. Go and get it. It's there. Tax amnesty. We were wondering, well, I was wondering, well, I mean, tax amnesty for a year.
Yeah, makes sense.
Well, you know, and now it's coming, it's shedding, there's some light to it now that the tax amnesty, and probably it's not only him alone.
So then the prime minister must be in tax too?
Well, I'm telling you. So imagine tax amnesty for persons who owe the government millions of dollars in taxes. I mean, penalty. So it's just...
You say the Prime Minister owe a lot of tax too?
Well, that's...
Some of the big companies will tell you that's what they're hearing.
Yes.
They're not giving us the information, but the word on the ground is that this group owe millions of dollars in taxes.
Yes,
so the tax amnesty was for themselves.
It's for themselves and for their friends. So and then when you listen, when you go through and persons you educate you on, it's very important to listen to what's happening out there. Don't make assumptions. Listen and Google and research the information. It's there. Find it. Get it and make a decision as to whether or not this country is heading in the right direction.
Listen this, Cindy. A form of dishonesty or a criminal offense which is undertaken by person or organization which is entrusted in a position of authority. So that's what we see in here.
Yes.
Corruption in full. You call it in plain sight.
Plain sight.
They don't dilute in it.
No, it's not hidden. It's
because
not hidden.
Because Mr. Tillman Thomas is always talking about institution. So they mash up FI. Because they know them are going to deal in investigating financial crimes. And all those with the know-how, they force them out. They have the police force in a tailspin. Over 300 men want to go. And then they pass this legislation to hush people mouth. So it's an orchestrated thing. That don't happen by accident. There was a time people used to say they don't know. They know fully well what they're doing.
Well, if they say they don't know, we're going to make them know.
We go tie the truth
out of them. And shake the truth out of them. We're going to tie it.
Yes, and persons need to call in and let us know what's happening out there too.
If the individuals...
We have a call on line. Let's take that call.
One call. We lost it. Call back 4420175. Right?
Yes, and for the young people to call in and vent their frustration. Let us know what's happening out there. Because at the end of the day, things are not happening out there for you.
And it's somebody people losing. Yes. Let's take the call. Hello. Yes, caller. Welcome.
Yeah, I would like to speak to you, man, on the family.
Go ahead. She's listening.
Go right ahead. She listen.
I just heard the man lie on the tax amnesty. The man said the tax amnesty is for government ministers and those in the pocket. Woman, that is a lie.
The what?
Woman, I ain't in government and I use the tax amnesty to get the result from the tax. I just got to pay the premium. Woman, stop lying for people in a woman. Woman is a liar.
Cara, listen this. Don't cut him off. I want to talk to him. Andy Williams owe $2 million. That lie too? But then again,
caller,
good vibes.
Caller. You have people who owe tax and maybe you owe $22 tax. We ain't speaking about that.
We're talking about those who owe
$2 million. They didn't introduce this policy for you.
Yes.
They introduced this for the individuals who owe a lot of tax. Exactly. Like those who owe $2 million. And the Prime Minister should be fair with us. Come and tell us how much tax you owe. Because you get a deal too.
It's not even that. It's the penalties for owing the taxes that they owe. So they're getting an amnesty on the penalties for the tax that they owe.
And this one say you owe tax. And
can you imagine
you
the amount
qualify
of
for tax.
You even qualify for tax.
I'm telling you, so it's not about you. This time tax
it's not
amnesty
about you.
is not about you, caller. It's about the big men out there that owe the government millions of dollars in taxes and getting a break on the penalties or so from paying the tax. So it's not about you, caller, and I'm not lying.
No. Let me educate the caller because we're here to educate.
Yeah.
Caller, A&D Distributors,
right,
which is Andy Williams' place. They owe.
Read it.
$468,192.69. Stamp tax $156,911.78. Penalties $35,174.39. Interest $276,111.79. $106.52, which brings it to a grand total of $311,282.91. Corporate income tax and liability total owing $1,801,173.82. Tell me if that is a lie, caller, because you like to run your mouth.
Late call back.
You like, Dami, don't know. You don't know. Listen. I want you to call and tell me these figures is not true. And prove to me otherwise. You talk now, they don't owe money. Andy Williams in government. He's a minister and he owe that money.
It's also important
You're talking about the human lying on him. You don't know. When you don't know, listen. Come back and hear what happened. This man owe that money. And if you owe government, you don't supposed to get money from GDP.
No.
But he's still getting.
Yeah.
And are you defending that stupidness?
That's indefensible.
Are you still defending stupidness? The law say you don't supposed to get when he owe money. And are you defending that and you're trying to call the radio and say the human lying? If you don't know, hush your mouth. Because when you open your mouth, people go realize you don't know.
Caller.
We don't play in dummy, don't know here. Let me take the caller. No, I have to let him know, Mr. P.
I said that was it.
No, I have to let him know because when they don't know, they want to call here. Call on radio where I just call and they entertaining all the stupid. When I call here, come good.
I come with respect.
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, sir. The Granba estate is owned by government. It's about close to 200 acres or somewhere around there. Government closed down Granba estate. The Minister of Agriculture told us that's the first estate they're going to put under marijuana. But you close it down now.
They don't close down the estate.
Well, okay, you stop
they
operating.
They fired 30 odd workers, but the estate they still have 2 or 3 workers.
Right, so you close down more than 3/4 of the
They
operation.
fire the workers.
Right.
They don't close down the estate.
Well, who work in the estate now?
They have 2 or 3 people there doing what they could do.
But they don't
close it down. It's a difference.
So okay, all right. There are 3 people working there. Now, how you expect? If you're talking about paying a minimum wage, how do you expect to pay these 3 people after next year when you come up with a new strategy?
I believe they're creating the environment to sell the estate. We're walking away from that. The government is creating the environment to claim how bankrupt the estate is for them to sell it.
But why you want to sell it? If you
because they're selling government assets. What did they do?
If you tell us that that's the best estate to do marijuana, and marijuana have so much demand, why are you selling it?
Said to somebody, if one of friends. You see, we have to face the reality, you know. The government in the last time they was in power is 2009, 2008.
Yeah, wait.
Between 2008 to 2013, they sold 13 pieces of property. And they put it in the budget, the sale of government assets, disposal or whatever word they use. So the intention is to sell Granba Estate.
Okay, so
and that's why they say targeted for weed, a Canadian company or somebody might buy it.
I hope the Canadian company could buy Douglaston too.
When Douglaston for sale, color? Douglaston not for sale is a private, that estate is private, color. The government estate we're speaking about. After they complimented the workers, they put them on a high.
Well, they just have some family problem, but it's for sale too.
Color. After they complimented government estate, when they complimented the workers and tell them how they're productive, and most likely that estate is going to go for weed, the color believe government are going to take it for weed. That's why they get rid of the workers, 30-something workers home.
They even sell hours and days, you know.
Just want to let the caller know about the taxes, that if the taxes are actually collected, it could employ you if you're not employed. It could employ the mothers that are not working. The taxes collected can actually go to some use. It could employ the young people. It could employ the persons that are unemployed, help the mothers, help the fathers, create employment, and help boost the economy. The taxes that are owed by one man.
And I think it's yes, caller, welcome. Yes, caller, welcome.
Good morning to everyone on the panel.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Devon.
And good morning to Grenada. Wonderful program. Information galore. I just want to emphasize on one point, and Mr. Pierre keep touching on that. The conditions is being laid by these guys destroy Grenada. No, I say that. No, we talk about the minimum wage. They going around with the consultations and everything like that about minimum wage, and we have to do that. But in the meantime, they are preparing to hike their pay to thousands of dollars. Right? That's a smoke screen. Look at what they are doing with Grenlec, for example. No, I'm not saying that is anything, it's accident or whatever, but conditions are being laid, right, to make these companies and these things, I mean, ungovernable, as they like to say, right, ungovernable, and people will say, Grenlec is not running good, so we need to sell it. They are preparing the conditions, they are laying the groundwork, right, to do exactly what they promised in their budget, disposals of assets. These are some of the conditions they are laying. And I really like Mr. Pierre to continue to elaborate on that, the conditions that are being laid. Thank you very much.
Yes, because right now there was a big fire in Carriacou last night in regards to Grenlec, and nobody in Carriacou has electricity.
Nobody can
so
call us.
Devon, you're probably heading in that direction there. It's crazy.
I think sometimes it's very important, and we always miss the point in Grenada. And sometimes governments in the past to tell us what is the tax threshold in the other countries. Because if your income is not $3,000 a month, you're not paying personal income tax. So a lot of workers in the public service, some teachers, a lot of public officers, policemen, not working for $3,000 a month, and they're not paying income tax. A lot of people in Hobbards, Hoggins, Steel, SGU, they're not making $3,000 a month, and they're not paying personal income tax. Very soon, this government is going to drop the tax threshold. They're going to drop the tax threshold. And this is why I'm so disappointed in the Grenada Trade Union Council. The government going to drop the tax threshold. Right now, the government do not charge tax on pension. So people who get NIS pension or pension from the government is not paying tax. The government is going to charge them tax. When this government finish with you, we may be on the road for Haiti. That is why we are appealing to people like Richard and the Grenada Trade Union Council and Mr. Tillman Thomas and the Strategic Export. Please counsel these individuals.
But, Mr. Pierre, you're leaving out one person.
Which one?
The only person within the group that has been straight with the Grenadian public is the Attorney General, Ms. Clyde. Because she used the word irreparable damage to the country. All the o'clock. The first sitting of the Senate, she said what? Irreparable damage will happen to the country. She's the only one to be straight with us. Yeah. I mean, I have my issue with her. She doesn't know which hat she wearing based on when she drinking, she like a booze and she undersized jeans. She hand like gangster in air pointing bobo. I mean, I didn't like when she do that.
But she was in shock.
Because she had to be more responsible. She's the legal advisor to government. And with all this gun crime going on, having she hand like she thinking gun don't look well. However, she said, let's be straight. Irreparable damage. And that what happened, Mr. Pierre. So she forewarned nothing.
I think she just fluctuated in maturity.
Yes, she tell us all.
Sometimes
she say all you go have irreparable damage.
They've been warning us from the get-go.
And even the caller talk about this tax thing. You all said that men of the law who associated with this thing, who advising on marijuana committee and thing, There are plenty money for the country too. So if he don't know, don't come and run your mouth here. Because we go put you
we have to provide them with information.
Morning, caller.
Good morning, Mr.
Yes.
Carl. How are you doing, sir?
I'm quiet.
Listening to all this stuff that you're talking about, we going back to the era of where we was back then, and how good it will be in a sense, security-wise and otherwise. And chances may that, do you think that after a period of time, people cannot get jobs and other stuff like that maybe flee the island? Yeah, because if you get hard and there is no jobs and things getting hard, financial aspect of it and everything. I mean, you're speaking about minimum wage now. If the minimum wage is driven and the companies that are earning money cannot pay the staff, and they have 100 people and they have to pay higher wages, and they cannot pay, they will bring it to maybe 75 and take that money and pay the fire 25. Yeah, so it will decline in a sense. So how good it is for Grenada to live under those conditions?
And that's why, Color, I agree with you, and that's why it's important for us to speak to those who we believe can influence the government. Because government is the biggest employer. So they set the standard.
Well, not just that, the conditions, we're not just not about the government, but it is in a sense that if minimum wage and cost of living is going up and up, and the businesses are not making money, then where do we go? Where do we go? I mean, it is difficult. It's not an easy something that you could jump a plane to the US or Canada. You need visa. Then you will see, is there any chances of Canadian plane to Trinidad or Barbados and other Caribbean islands to get work to live? You know, I look at it from a wider scope. I'm just asking a question.
Yes, that is an important.
Yeah? Look at it from a wide. Yeah, look at it from a wider scope. Because if cost of living high and you don't have an income, and all the money that you're making is not a backup of what you're spending, where do you go?
You're likely to have more social problems.
Yeah, that is what I'm saying. So we have to create, sometimes even, I forget the government is the biggest employer, whatever, we still have to create conditions where people can go out and get jobs and live a decent life and earn decently, and they could spend in a decent manner. But if you're not creating the conditions, then where do people go? That is the question.
All right, caller, we have to take the news at 10, so you could call back after 10 o'clock.
We have to take a break. Let's go.
All right, we're good.
So you go.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour.
This is the latest news update produced by Triple N. Details when we get back.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, insect screens and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&M Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices, or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
Welcome back. Locally, Honorable Karen James, Minister for Climate Resilience, the Environment and Renewable Energy, is attending the 15th Caribbean Renewable Energy Forum in Miami, USA. In the region in Haiti, more than a dozen suspected gang members in Haiti were lynched and their bodies set on fire by residents in the capital Port-au-Prince. Police and witnesses said, as the United Nations warned that insecurities in the city had reached levels comparable to countries in armed conflict. We get more in this report.
Desperately fleeing the violence, people here want the authorities to step in. Criminal groups now control about 80% of Haiti's capital, Port-au-Prince. United Nations officials have called for an international force to support the Haitian police in their struggle against the gangs.
It was simply the sound of gunfire that woke us up this morning. It was 3 a.m. The gangs invaded us. There was shooting all over. This neighborhood is a peaceful area. All the people in the surrounding area are peaceful citizens.
But this time, local residents took matters into their own hands, with serious consequences. More than a dozen suspected gang members were stoned and burned alive. The police had seized a vehicle and confiscated weapons, but haven't explained how a crowd of people managed to kill their men.
If the gangs come to invade us, we will defend ourselves. We have our own weapons, we have our machetes, we will not run away. Mothers who want to protect their children can send them elsewhere.
Gangs fight to control territory in Haiti. The nation has been in a spiral since the assassination of President Jovenel Moïse in 2021. Civilians caught between a lack of law and order and criminal gangs are sometimes better armed than the police. The United Nations has warned violence in the capital has reached levels comparable to countries at war.
Around the globe, the Sudanese army has hit parliamentary fighters with airstrikes in capital Khartoum. Deadly fighting has also fled in Darfur as a 3-day ceasefire is set to expire. Here are the details.
Moving through the aftermath of battle in what used to be a marketplace, now ammunition shells litter the streets. The situation remains dire for Sudanese trapped inside a city-turned-battleground.
Crisis is big, the situation is very tough, and there's difficulty in internal movements. We often stand in long queues to get bread. It happened many times where we get bread, but never the amount that my family need.
The damage has hit everything. Both of them are fighting each other, and we the people will be the biggest losers and the most affected.
We urge the two parties to the conflict, namely Al-Burhan and Hamiti, to show the Sudanese people 10% only of the care and attention they gave to foreign countries through safe corridors to evacuate their nationals from the country. We need to take our sick people to hospitals and to remove the dead bodies from the street.
Emergency services have been stretched beyond capacity and are pleading for help. A doctor filmed these scenes at a Khartoum hospital.
There are still injured people in the hospital. Medical supplies are very scarce. No medical teams have managed to reach us due to lack of security and safety on the roads leading to the hospital. The injured are still coming to hospital because of the current battles.
If the fighting wasn't enough, some fear armed looters even more. CCTV footage captures men dressed in military fatigues and carrying weapons, breaking into shops. It's not clear who these men are or which side they belong to. Both the military and rapid support forces accuse each other of breaking law and order.
And in sports, Newcastle took a huge stride towards Champions League football next season by inflicting a demoralizing defeat on struggling Everton, who remain rooted in the Premier League's relegation zone. This ends the latest bit of news. Thank you for listening.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour. 91.5 Real FM got you covered.
Hungry, anyone? You heard about it, and it's finally here. Velma's Restaurant and Bar, located High Street Satyrs in St. Patrick. They're open from 6 a.m. until midnight. Breakfast is available from 6 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. On the menu is roast bake, sawfish, and many mouth-watering items. Lunch is a close second, with items that can be grilled to your satisfaction. We have steamed fish and other seafoods too. For the health-conscious ones, we provide vegan and vegetarian dishes. Looking for something that will hit the spot? From 5 p.m. until close, come and enjoy our burgers and fries. At Velma's, we cater and host parties. We have an on-site bakery where you can place your orders for fruitcakes and other pastries. We also have local juices. Listen to Real FM for your daily menu to place your order in advance. Call us at 419-5622. That number again, 419-5622. Velma's Restaurant and Bar. Come eat lunch with us.
Ziz's Minimart, located in Montrose St. Patrick, is where you feel all your grocery needs. Looking for a variety of items? Visit Ziz's Minimart. Spend $50 and over for a chance to win. First prize, a brand new toaster oven. Second prize, an electric kettle. Draw takes place on Mother's Day. We're open Monday to Thursday from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. On Fridays from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. Call us today, 457-1100. That number again, 457-1100. Come to Zizi's, where you shop more and spend less.
Who wants to save 30%? Everybody! Now more than ever, Flow understands the need to make your dollar stretch. Our new bundles can help you save 30% off your current bill. Plus, get a free speed upgrade on your in-home internet. Simply add your mobile to your current home services account and save 30%. It's easy. Sign up now and save. All on the most reliable fixed and mobile network on island. Visit a Flow store or call us at 1-800-804-2994 for more information. Flow, it only gets better. Terms and conditions apply.
Broadcasting from the historical Parish Main Street, Certez, to your home, vehicle and office. Today's hit music on Real FM.
You asking me what is wrong with Trinidad? You can't understand why things go on so bad. You find we so rich in human resources, and yet the country going to pieces. Well, let me tell you, my friend, where we went wrong. After Eric Williams' old car breakdown, we called in an AR, we ordered an X-car and installed a new driver. With 33 passengers from the party, we gave him a maxi taxi, fitted with mag wheels, tape deck, computer, air conditioned 8-cylinder. With posh new fittings, this maxi car arrived. Then it started to swerve and nosedive. It took a year for passengers to realize. They say the new driver cannot drive.
And we're back. Igwe.
No, Igwe, there's an issue I must raise. And I'll have to credit GBN for the clip. So we will give credit to GBN for the clip. So play the clip for me, and then persons will understand the reasons why.
So Deacon, I follow your campaign. Your campaign with my son on your behalf. You put up PTS, moment of silence for my son. Now you're in the seat, calling on you. I want to know what you're doing towards that. Because I need justice. I need justice. I'm begging, please, the pastors, the priests, the bishop, all you, asking all you, please, to deliver a justice. And I wouldn't stop from today until I did get justice for my son.
A desperate call to point.
Yes, Igwe.
No, a lie is to make an untrue statement with the intent to deceive. You heard the gentleman. Now he calling on Mr. Deacon Mitchell, the Prime Minister. Because when the incident, and what he's speaking of, that incident is already the incident with the Coast Guard and the boat. And even Mr. Andy Williams and them was all out in the gardens up and down demonstrating. Now, I bring the meaning of a lie to make untrue statement because Mr. Deacon Mitchell, because they styling him as the brightest lawyer in Grenada. he ought to know that when incident of that nature happens, you have to have a coroner's inquest. So giving the impression at the time that it was about the RGPF and justice was a plan to demoralize and to mash up the RGPF since then. So what we see happening to the RGPF now was planned before to mash up the RGPF. But persons must understand when you have matters of accident in the sea, death in a police station, the prisons, or in a mental institution, the coroner, which is the chief magistrate, has to have an inquest. And a coroner's inquest is like having a trial, getting the evidence and the facts. And evidence is the available body of facts or information indicating whether a belief or proposition is true and valid. Facts, a thing that is known or proven to be true. So the coroner, which is the chief magistrate, has to deal with that matter, and then she would determine, or he, the coroner, would determine whether the matter should go forward for prosecution. In recent times, the RGPF, in my view, has been bringing the file to the DPP, which ought not to happen. The DPP could give them legal advice of how to go about it, but the coroner, and the mere fact that they led these gentlemen, because his words, to our justice, and campaign even to the fact of giving a minute of silence. So you see how the National Democratic Congress used the Grenadian people. They made untrue statements, and the only intention of those statements was to deceive the people to vote for the National Democratic Congress. Now the cause has finally come home, and the gentleman want to know what's going on. In his words, I didn't ask him to do that. He didn't come here on Real FM and do that. So to see how we force him to do that. We get the information, and we have to hold this government accountable, because we heard all from the Attorney General the word irreparable damage. We must not forget. We must never forget, because when people speak, Mr. Pierre, you listen to the language. It's not only what they say, it's the language in which they speak. Irreparable damage. She knew that the damage that would have happened would be irreparable. The lies they told to the Grenadian public. Morning caller, let's take that call.
Good morning to you, Mr. Call. Good morning to Igwe.
I'm glad you called. How Carrico? How things?
Carrico is dormant at the
What's our Grenlake place update?
I heard that it catch fire, and well, I got up this morning, maybe going for 4:45, and the place was in darkness. So I said, okay, the light gone, you'll put it back in a minute. And we're still waiting. So I'm back to the old days, doing things, everything, a bucket of water, I'll have you do whatever you can. So I can't see nothing, I'm not hearing nothing. And the reality is I just when I call you, I hear you on the radio station. So we haven't got anything. They say it's a bad fire. So I phoned them, the company this morning, and they said, well, they're doing the investigation first before they do anything. So that means we're going to be out of power for a long, long time.
I want to hear the sheriff up there come and say that lie now. Like the last time when you talk about gas, he was on. Sheriff, I want to hear you, because I know you don't listen. Come and talk about the thing in Grenland. Because when they say they didn't have gas up there, it was all about you cursing Mikey and them. I want to hear you now, Sheriff.
And the thing about it, I notice sometimes every morning we get up, if we have a clock that runs by electricity, the clock gone off, the microwave going off. That means the power, my husband said the power gone. And yesterday, it tests the voltage of the power. You know my husband is an engineer.
Yes, yes.
Right? So it tests the voltage of the power. We only get to 120 instead of 240.
Wow.
Yes, that's the reason why sometimes when you're trying to read in the night, you can't read it. The light is too dark. Yes, as I said, poor quality. So I'm not hearing nothing. The only good thing about it, when they come back, I'm going to go to YouTube and I'll listen to the program. This morning I couldn't pray out. I had also called Kerry to do it.
Yeah, she called me.
Yes, that's the only thing because I said, oh my God.
But we
So
need,
my-
we need to speak.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. Whenever you're ready, we talk.
Yeah.
So okay, you have a wonderful program. I'm not going to hear it. As I said, the place is dormant. You know, everything is quiet. I could hear the birds singing.
Yes.
Everything quiet. And
Just be one with nature, man.
Amen.
Make sure you have a lamp or candles and stuff.
Well, I'm going to do something positive for the Lord today. You
All
take
right.
care.
All right.
Have a wonderful day.
Take
God bless you all. Talk to you later. Bye-bye. Bye.
Yes, Miss. You want
No,
to
I was
say
just
something?
going to ask. The investigate first. I mean, yes, that has to be done. But what about the people? What about trying to make temporary measures for the people so that they can get some form of easement?
Yes, caller. Good morning.
Morning, brother.
Hi, how you doing?
Mr. Pierre, Mr. Pierre, the young lady was just speaking. Well, I learned that is a sabotage on the engine in Kaikuno. That's what I heard. I don't know who do it.
You had information before?
Well, you all have that information, man.
You had information before, though.
But they were here.
I just asking if you, but that was quick.
I don't know if it's the NFP do it.
Last night it happened, so that means you had information before.
Well, I hear.
If you hear that already, it means that you had information before.
So all that is part of the plan to sell it?
I hear that NFP sabotage the thing in.
Why don't say that on the radio here? You want to put the radio in trouble?
Let me just
Stop that stupidness.
Let me just make this point very clear. The New National Party is not as vindictive and as wicked as this government right now. Stop saying things like that. What would be the best? Why would anybody think about what would be the best interest in doing something like that?
It means that he had the information.
Yes. So they need to check him.
So they are aware of that.
One squeeze
So
him.
the police have to go by him.
Police have to go by him.
Police
Pick him
come
up.
and ask.
And
I'll tell
question
the
him.
police check you.
Yeah.
You had information.
RGPF are listening. Check this guy.
Check this guy. This
You
guy
have
have
information.
Yeah. Let go with
Well, let you know. Guilty heart can wash with soap, boy.
Every bad thing you want to associate with the
No,
New
I think
National
No.
I think he
The
had
police could start
information
investigating from this guy.
Yeah,
But y'all not opening your eyes and listening and opening your ears to listen to what we are saying in regards to the corruption that is happening in Grenada right now in the upper echelon of our society. You're not listening to that? Listen to it. It's happening. The corruption is happening up there. What are you doing? What are you getting? What is the benefits that you are getting now from the decision that the government is making in regards to the people of this country?
Let's take that one. Hello?
And the WhatsApp, hello?
Hello. Hi to you guys. Tell the last caller to be very careful. During the revolution, a man got killed. And a man said he know that act. And he know the PRA pick him up and bring him up in Richmond Hill. Because if you know how come you know that act, the same thing that he's trying to say, what he knows, the thing happened overnight. Why try to get in air and make a statement like that? And Mr. Pierre, your friend, he always call on your program. And it's time for you to straighten him out, Mr. Pierre.
Well, I think now that he had information before, the police are going to check him for this.
So the ACP in charge of crime is Avani Cohen. Check this guy.
This guy know what's going on.
This guy know what happening in Carrico. Check him. You have information. You see?
Yes.
Cock mouth does kill cock. Cock more does kill cock. The police must check you.
Yes.
Because you have information.
You know what's going on.
You know what happened to the place in Carriacou.
This is crazy.
Morning, caller.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
That's you have to pick up that question.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
They have to put him on detention.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
You have to make a 48 hours, man.
You know something? Because you have speedboat, you know.
So you could go up there and do that and come back?
Yeah.
Watch how the guy put himself in a problem, you know what?
Everything that's done in the darkness must come to light.
All right.
So don't worry, everything will come to light in regards to Green Lake and what's happening.
Speedboat could come down for that side in.
He could bring up the man and them put on
come back
and come back down, you know.
Yeah.
All time things could happen. You know?
The police had to check this guy. The
man.
police could start there to investigate.
I mean, Grenada had a government that showed so much love and care for the people, for persons, for people, for the elderly, for the mothers, for the young people. Right? We decided, I'll say Grenadians decided that they're going to vote them out. And this is the nonsense we bring into this country. This is the nonsense that is happening. And you, in this very light of, you're going to come and make a statement like that? Can you do a real comparison between the National Democratic Congress now and the new National Party prior? Let's sit and do a real comparison in regards to things that were done in the past to things that are happening now. And then you would understand. You would see. Open your eyes and open your ears and listen to what's happening. And feel it. It's not good for us right now. Nothing is happening in Grenada right now. Look at what's happening now. You decide to do an investigation. Yes, you have to investigate. But what about coming up with a temporary measure so that you can help the citizens of Carriacou? Investigate first. How long would an investigation take place?
They will want independent, I guess. They will come up with
Igwe.
Yes, but then what about the solution to get back the current, the electricity?
Listen this thing, Igwe. Now, I's a simple-minded guy. Now, the Prime Minister of this country is in Dubai. I don't know if he's there as the Prime Minister or as a CBI agent.
CBI agent.
They're looking to get investors here. He say, Grand Leg will sell. Disposal of asset, and then you hear Grand Leg born down in Carriacou. I don't know.
But then at the same time, look at who he's having big gala with.
No, I don't even going by gala. I'm talking about Grand Leg.
Oh, Grand Leg.
The Prime Minister or the CBI agent in Dubai. You have a lot of investors in Dubai who might be interested in Grand Leg. And then Grand Leg in Carriacou born. I don't know.
Well,
I just saying. I don't know.
Investors have to come in to fix it.
And then you hear a man calling the radio and say, I would sabotage who born what? This thing, Igwe, currently that's, you know.
Yeah.
The agent in Dubai, you have people, investors who might want Grand Leg. Then Grand Leg born in Carriacou. Then man calling the radio and say sabotage. Well, I don't know.
And then Carriacou would be an easy place. I don't know what the fire services are. The fire services are like in Carriacou, because if it's in Grenada here and there's a fire of that magnitude.
Some of these companies supposed to have their own immediate things to control.
Yeah, to control the fire.
Yeah, so Carriacou would be an easy target, because it's like in Grenada.
Well, accidents could happen, whether accidents are coincidence or.
They have to go with that man first.
Well, they obviously.
That man have to get questioned.
Obviously, they have to question him because and the guy here both.
Because you know.
So you know.
Because by that time you check it, you have different fire services in
I don't want to find out the extent.
I don't know. I was in the RGPF for a particular time. Well, listen to what I'm saying. The travel king, the CBI agent, the Minister of National Security, the chairman of the cabinet, they in Dubai to deal with CBI. CBI is about investors. Investors that interested in Grand Leg. And day of day, then Grand Leg born in Carriacou. Then you hear man calling radio and trying to see what happened. I don't know. And I know that man does supporting the past administration based on how he does speak. So, because I don't know.
That's interesting.
That is something to ponder. Don't watch that ordinary, Because cock mouth kill cock.
But that's interesting.
The police don't check that man something wrong.
Because that's interesting, because
police have to check that man.
If everything is so innocent, how is it that you're calling and create that making that suggestion that somebody burn it down and it's who burn it down? If it's supposed, an investigation is not even out yet. They're doing an investigation, right? And an investigation is happening at the moment, right? And you're coming to that conclusion. It says a lot to me. It speaks volume, like you know something.
Sometimes
the police have to check this guy.
A conclusion hasn't been made yet.
You like, some people like to defend so much. It's the truth. You always have to try to walk with the truth. And your opinion must base upon information and facts. So it's a good opportunity for you to rearrange what come from your mouth.
Morning, caller.
Good morning, Masakal.
Yay!
As it relates to that caller,
the police have to check him.
Statement concerning the fire.
The police must check this guy.
I'm looking at it on a different note, and we have to take it very seriously. Knowing that what is in the air about Real FM, I am wondering if that is not a set-up call to get at Real FM. Masakal, we have to be very careful.
Yeah, but you can't try that here with us.
We have to be very careful. You see these kind of callers and them? One just start, eliminate them. Call them off at the same time. Don't give them grounds to trade on.
All right.
Don't give them no grounds to trade on.
Well, I'm calling on the police to check him.
We're calling on the police and we're calling what to investigate and whatnot. The only thing that is coming to my mind now, if that is not a set-up call to get at Real FM, why didn't he call? There was a previous program from 6:30 to 7 this morning. Why he didn't call on that program and make that statement?
Well, we're making it clear that is not the view of none of us here.
Yeah.
And I'm calling on Mr. Vanik, who you're in charge of crimes. Find out who this fella is and check him.
Yeah.
He go help in investigating the matter because you know.
But you give them the information as to who the caller is.
Yeah, well, they could trace the call easy and get who it is.
Right. Let's not take
They have the means.
these fellas and them.
All right, thank you.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
He bites it much more than what he could chew. He finds himself in a monkey pan.
Too fast.
Morning, caller.
Good morning, Evie. Good morning, Master Carl, and my good lady friend.
Morning.
Good morning.
Now, this morning we are talking about amnesty that was given to Grenadians. The amnesty was given to the NDC big friends. This was some of the promises that was made to them if they support the NDC. It just happened that some of us small fish might get a little break. No, I don't know if you could remember a couple of years ago where the previous government had issue with some other business person not paying the tax. And I think that person also runs a supermarket. So I don't know if that other supermarket owner is part of that tax break. So is that something we all should be boasting about? As I say, is a plan something to support and to protect their supporters. Okay? Mr. Carl, I didn't realize that the Prime Minister is not in Grenada. To be honest, I don't really, we know everything is secret. But you might be in a good position to tell me, and some of us who don't know, who is the acting Prime Minister at this present time. I don't really know, because I know there's a lot of juju thing that is going on in Grenada. I don't know if it's Mr. Andy Williams that is the Prime Minister of the country. So I think maybe you could help us in that regard. I thank you very much, brother.
All right, bless.
Was it announced? Who the?
Yeah, I think Lennox Andrew.
It was announced?
Yeah, I think Lennox Andrew.
Because everything is a secret, literally.
Yes, I think Lennox Andrew.
Everything is a secret.
Acting as the Prime Minister at this present time. Yeah?
Yeah, okay, so the issue about the gentleman which calling for some justice. Now, they led the gentleman to believe it was a case of the RGPF against them or the past administration. Now they drop the gentleman as hot potato because they forgot a minute of silence for him. They forgot marching up in the gardens for him. And the gentleman is at a loss. So he wants to know what's going on. Now, it is interesting in conversation about the economy, Mr. Pierre, because this government has done nothing to create employment or to create a buzz or to create the growth of the economy. Even in the budget speech, the Prime Minister, although he tried to use semantics and words, he admitted that the economy would not do as good as last year. Last year was 6%. He said it continued to expand. But we know, and then the IMF confirmed that only 3% growth we're going to have. And that in itself is not lending to. So what the government is hinged on, as Chimney Hill indicated, more taxes against the Grenadian people in terms of we hear in the news what happened to the barbers and hairdressers and beauty people. And we heard some time ago, Mr. Ron Redhead made derogatory comments about barbers. He didn't read them. So we've seen things that is manifest, and like I tell you, I always go back to the AG, irreparable damage, because from since then, all actions taken by this administration is about irreparable damage to the country and to enrich them and their friends, their families, and associates. And we hear about this as we started off Chimney Hill with the meeting in Dubai, the gala, which has been promoted that Mr. Deacon Mitchell should have attended on the 27th. Now, the question begs here, Mr. Deacon Mitchell, who is the chairman of cabinet, is responsible for setting out how the CBI program operates.
Definitely.
He, Mr. Deacon Mitchell, is the Minister of National Security, has to approve, final approval and signature to any CBI passport. And he, Mr. Deacon Mitchell, stands to benefit because he is an agent based on the CBI website. That is corruption.
That is what you call corruption.
Then Mr. Dennis Sylvester Matthew Cornwall, the Minister of Finance. Hold on, I must make that point. He is also an agent. Then the star girl, Miss Andrea Saint-Bernard, the special envoy, the one in charge of GDB, the one that does Gazette. She did on grain leg board. Like that, just now she might turn flooring board for she on board. She is an agent to benefit from the CBI. So the question begs, is he there as the Prime Minister? And if so, he ought not to go in that thing. And is he there as an agent? And if so, taxpayers ought to pay for him to go yonder. So anyhow you look at this thing, it's corruption.
Absolutely.
We have a call online? Let's take the call.
Hey, good morning. Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Igwe and Master Carl. In 2019, the world went through a situation where no one would like to remember. It was the COVID-19 period from 2019. And when you look, let us compare, let us focus on Grenada. At the situation Grenada went through, right? And ask a question, is anyone sent home last job from government? I remember in Barbados, where about 500 persons were sent home during the period. But what the NNP government said at this time, it is keep the people jobs, right, and let the country work in. And even those the people that were sent home because of the lack of things that was going on in different hotels, what did the government did to help these people in their situation? Was to give a stimulus package. Give them a stimulus drive, okay, like to help them with the situation. And even some of the people, what government also did, the schools, remember the school that send some of the people that in school to sanitize, to take care of the children. Because those in school, the children, when they come in, they do a good thing and they wash your hands. Right? So the people that were sent home, government, some of them they get a stimulus package from the government. Some of them was get a assistant to help to sanitize the children in the school. So when you look at this period of time, I say, yes, obviously we sympathize with the family who lost their loved ones. But it was much better. The people spending of the people in the country was much greater than right now. Because what happened, in order to say a situation where there is the government type of money, the treasury, it has money in treasury. Right? So what are the problems that you send home people lose their job? What are the problems? What disqualify them from them not maintain their job? Because you both and say the military is pregnant with money. So that means you have money there to do things, have programs so that people employ people. But you don't do that. All what you're doing is staying home people, making people to lose their job. So I want to say to the grand people, yes, family members lost their loved one, but the period at this time with the 24 was greater than now. The unemployment rate at this time is much greater than during the COVID time. So that's my response.
The caller made a salient observation, and he talked about after COVID, the provisions that the NNP put in motion or in position to assist persons. And we see this present administration abusing those said provisions. Now the MSME, which was a provision for small businesses and hotels to help them get back on their feet, where you could access up to $300,000. Now, SRO number 2 of 1973 clearly states that the bank shall not make sub-loans out of proceeds of the loan to a director of the bank, to a member of the legislature of the state of Grenada, or to any company controlled by any such director or member of the legislature or close relative of any such director or member of the legislation. Here goes. A and D is Andy Williams' business.
Mm-hmm.
He is a member of the legislature.
Yes.
And they access $300,000 under the MSNE sometime in December, last year, the 28th of December. Now, if to access monies under this program, you ought not to be owing the government of Grenada money. The gentleman owed the government of Grenada over $2.2 million.
Taxes.
If that is not corruption, tell me what is. If that is not corruption, tell me what is corruption. And you find here the board, the setting up of the board, it's clear. The director from the Ministry of Finance, the Attorney General or her nominee, the manager of the board, and 6 directors represent banking, accounting, commerce, agriculture, and tourism. And for this board to be properly instituted, the same one that give the gentleman the loan must, after the board is constituted, it must be published in the Gazette, which is yet to happen.
So
the board is illegal. But they giving
Loans.
a member of the, not only loan, they giving a member of the legislature.
Grant.
And you hear, you have another one, the pastor. You hear in name calling it 1.7. So these are the issues which we need, as Mr. Pierre said, we need answers for. And hear this. For the $300,000, the payment terms for the member of the legislature is $2,112 per month. But we also know you get a refinance or they pay off loan because they think the bounce in low of $2.2 million. So how much he has to pay back? And well, we go get into it Sunday when the Prime Minister was on some interview with Aaron or one of them, and he say, if you have a contract and you're getting money when your contract done, how you go pay. So if
yes.
those two persons' name, they with a contract with the people of Grenada, the people don't must renew the contract 5 years from now.
They shouldn't.
And the $300,000 is to be paid in 12 years. And the contract is only for 5 years. So how they get that money? And the Prime Minister must, as being the Minister of Finance as he then was in December of 2022, must agree for the man to get that kind of money.
And he should be held accountable for that.
And he is. We go hold him accountable.
Yes.
He listened to Mr. Pierre, and Mr. Pierre say, come out in finance. He run. And I keep telling them, sympathy and justice is not no friend. Anyway justice enter, sympathy runs, flee. So he flee from the treasury. And then you hear he in Dubai now with all this CBI, you hear his agent, he had to sign passport, he had to approve who get. How much money you making on the backs of the Grenadian people because you remove the 150, we won't forgive you and forget that, you know. And then you slap in what they call it? A bingo. Mm-hmm. And he's still using the 150 as a means to beat up on the people who take it for him. Because he like that 150, you know. Just how Andy like 600,000. And listen, he tell us 600,000 he get. He didn't tell us to get him money, he had to take out an insurance policy for 600,000. He didn't tell us to get 1.7 wipe out in the amnesty, he had to pay about 600,000 by December this year. So they like these numbers on them. The 1.7 he had to wipe out happens to be the same set they associated with the pastor, the Minister of Health. So you understand, all the figures are just coming. So they're using that 150 now to beat up on the people. And they're enticing them, come play bingo, 150. After you take 150 from them, Mr. Pierre. This thing ought not to be right.
They're taunting them.
Yes.
The government.
They're provoking them.
We are concerned that the government is flaunting the rules with impunity.
And here is Mr.
Brazen assurance.
Because you see, it is also important to find out about this Dubai trip. Because hear this. Who stands to benefit most in this Dubai trip? Meeting investors, the agents, which the Prime Minister and Mr. Dennis Sylvester, Matthew Cornwall, and Miss Sen Bernard. Why she first name again? Andrea. Now, Miss Andrea Sen Bernard, Mr. Pierre, she did on GDP board as the chairman, she getting pay for that. Eh? She did on Grand Leg board, she getting pay for that. She's a special envoy. She's still getting paid for that. And they also beat up on the ordinary man for getting like a 420 3 times a year. They used to say he's needy and greedy.
Well,
you understand? Yeah, yes, Cindy, I know you have something to say.
No. I just wanted to the caller was speaking about the sanitizers and the monitors. And yes, that was implemented in 2020, 2021. And a number of young persons, young ladies and mothers were employed under that program. And it did have benefits for them. And so I'm sure that if it would have been continued, then, you wouldn't have so much of the high unemployment rate. But that program also brought benefits to the school itself and to the students of the school, and it created an ease for the teachers in regards to the sanitizing of the children. They would have washed their hands, and the monitors would have monitored who came into the schools and so forth. And what would have been a big insult for this program is sending them, not only sending them home, but sending them home without paying them. You did not pay them the money that they worked for. And you are here in government paying yourself. Millions of dollars.
And looking for a further increase.
Looking for further increase. You increase your money. You increase your salary. You have persons on multiple boards. You have one politician going and get millions of dollars from a bank, still able to get the $300,000 from the grant program, and another $600,000, and then you have persons getting monies to build houses. You take away the 150 from the person. These are people that needed the money. You took the money in a time when persons would have had to send their children to school, buy books, buy uniform, pay for school fees, right? And you took that money. You did not pay them a cent because of your, the way you think. The way you think. You don't like poor people. This government, the NDC government, don't like poor people. And that's a fact. Because all you're hearing is the upper echelon eating our food. And the man on the ground is not eating. I mean, these people you sent home were people that had children. They had children going to school. They had bills to pay. They're not as fortunate as you. Who is up there, have your bachelor's degree and able to get jobs? Everybody wouldn't have a bachelor's degree. So you must...
briefcase of certificate.
Yes, or a briefcase of certificate. So you must cater for them. There were young people there in that program. There were young people in that program who you sent home. What about the Imani program? What's happening with it? What are your plans that you have for the young people in that regard? The empowerment program. Are you going to be continuing that program? There are young men right now who are looking for that form of assistance. They are looking for help. Where are you? Instead, you're in Dubai. Or instead, you're borrowing money from GDB. Or instead, you're increasing your salary. Or instead, you're just doing things that are not...
bingo.
You're having bingo. And the thing about it is the bingo is not free. You're at home, you don't have a job, but you still have to buy a bingo ticket for $60, two for $100. This is an insult to the Grenadian people right now. Where are they getting the money from? And anybody who take that money and go in bingo, it's a bingo, it's a gamble. So they're getting your money. You're not guaranteed any money. When the government should be guaranteeing you some form of employment, guaranteeing you some form of assistance.
Campaign financing.
Guaranteeing the young persons are starting to place young persons in permanent positions. You promised the young persons. And young persons need to open their eyes. Right now, at this present moment, 1 year in office, and not one of y'all, nobody under the Imani program, nobody employed under the government temporarily has been given permanent jobs. Where are you now? Where do you stand? What is happening with you? You have no form of security at the moment because they promised you security. Where is it?
I think that it's so important. What affected me the most when this program was disbanded, because I knew a number of people was involved in the program. When they claimed that it wasn't paying them, they laughed.
Yeah, like a big joke.
The level of jubilation I saw in a number of political activists of the National Democratic Congress.
But
that is over 300 people.
The one that got me
would
most,
be sent home.
The one that got me most, Mr. P, was the Attorney General.
Well,
she was on a program there, like she had an orgasm. Like she was like,
an orgasmic experience that these people would not pay. The Prime Minister was making fun of it,
Yeah.
The Prime Minister went in a meeting in St. George's or somewhere with all the jefes.
Yes.
And he making fun of it. What they do again? Spraying hands?
Yeah.
And wiping.
Washing hands and just
washing
spraying
hands and spraying hands.
Like he was beneath him.
I look at the drama that he evoked to go after these people. Over 300 people. 300 of them getting $800 a month for 24 months. And 12 of them getting $1,200 a month?
Yes.
For 24 months?
Yes, yes.
And all these intelligent, bright, smart people there, if you hear them, groaning, like Mr. Forrester when he was interviewed
the stroke of a pen.
On the stroke of a pen. None of them took out a calculator and multiplied 300 by 800 by 24
on the block maths.
None of them took out a calculator and multiplied 12 of them by $1,200 for 24 months and demand that the government give Faith the money because they didn't have money to buy disinfectant and administrative costs.
Yes.
Up to today. In addition to that, the caregivers, yes, caller, welcome. Let's take that.
Let's see the call. Hello?
Welcome, caller.
Yes, once again.
Yeah.
You know, the very important point. And the point is, there was this, the COVID, the pandemic was a world pandemic, you know. And I must congratulate the former administration, especially, you know, in all areas. I can't single out, you know, one and leave out the one. All. And I know for sure how the former Prime Minister, how we feel and the team, you know, in particularly when all schools was locked down and they had to go, the cabinet had to meet and find solutions to how you get that our children back to school.
Definitely.
And Honorable Emmeline Pierre-Too has to get credit too, you know, for, you know, when I saw the children gone back to school and I saw the sanitization project and I saw the implementation of that project, I say yes, we on the right track. And they work well, and all this slandering and all these things, you know, it's very hurtful, but the Grenada people, you know, record it, you know, and up to now is not paid. These people are patriotic, you know, and hats off to them, and we're praying for them that, you know, will still work out for them, because I know the tedious part, the risk, and you know, ensuring that our teachers, our students, even our parents, even the homes, you know, they protected them during the COVID time. So, gentlemen, good work. Keep it up.
All right, thanks. Before you go on, a school child tell me now, since last year, she been working. She did on contract, right? Since last year, she working, she on contract. She went and checked she NIS yesterday, and it haven't been paid for months. She want your take on that.
Well, again, we call on Mr. Dennis Sylvester.
Dennis is the man what have to deal with
Finance,
that.
Minister of Finance.
The money man.
See,
no. Mr. P, you and Cindy made some points, but what you have to recognize with the National Democratic Congress, if you're not a relative or a friend or you don't associate with them, you don't get in nothing. That is simple and plain. So many persons are not their relative or their friends or their associate, so they end seat. And the thing about it is, like I started off the program by saying Julius Malema stated that white South Africans up to they never believe apartheid was a bad thing. Now supporters of the Congress don't believe what they're doing now is bad. Let's take the call.
Not yet.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, Mr. Call, as a former policeman, if someone call and say that they see somebody dead on the road, and they report that to the police, and they meet the person dead. You know the person that reported, the police go call him for questioning, because they are the first person seen. You police go to call him because they are the one who made the report. And I remember there was a young lady that died, and the first person that made the call and reported, He called from a cell phone. And the police traced the call, right? And they know the first person make the call. And what happened? The person who make a call is the person that that was the killer.
The conscience,
right?
The conscience.
Exactly. So then he made it a statement. He wasn't need to question him.
Well, yes, we say that and make a recommendation.
Let me not beat up on that.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, we already ventilate on that. No need to be that more.
Yeah, when people like open up one, they talk wide, talk without thinking.
Yeah.
You see how the 5-7.
Don't say talk without thinking. We don't know. We ventilate what we have to say.
Yeah, I'll read that.
We not God Junior. We don't know the mind of man.
The National Democratic Congress has promoted so much hate in this country that it has created more tribalism than it has ever created before. The hate they have created, all because of the fact that of one man, Dr. Mitchell. And, he is definitely a threat to them because, he has the ability to hold government for years and have 15 and so on, do so much for the people. So you know what they're doing? They've dismantled everything that the New National Party, they're trying to dismantle everything that the New National Party has put in place because of the hate. And they're not understanding. It's not a government that loves people, generally. So, anything that has to do with the assistance of the poor, the vulnerable, or anybody who, creating jobs or so for the persons in the lower strata of society, they're not involved in that. Go ahead.
Yes, Scholar, welcome.
Good morning, once again.
Morning.
Master Carl.
Hey.
Tell me something. When a law is being broken or not adhered to, is it a crime or an offense has been committed?
Say that again.
When a law has been broken or not adhered to, is it a crime or offense that has been committed?
Yeah, you can break the law and we go.
Okay. And when a crime and an offense has been committed, aren't there laws in place to deal with such crimes and offenses?
Yes.
Good. Good, Master Carl.
But listen this. Financial crimes is primarily a task of the FIU. The FIU has been dismantled. Crimes are generally investigated by the RGPF. The RGPF has been dismantled. So what you expect? That is systematic. It is not, it don't happen by accident. That is deliberately the doing of who intend. And once you have the police force in disarray, two sets of people benefit: rogue elements in the RGPF and persons with criminal intent.
So if a crime has been committed, let's say, financially, and it cannot be dealt with by the people who are supposed to deal with it, I am saying no. If that be the case, I am calling for the resignation of the Honorable Prime Minister Dickon Mitchell.
That wouldn't
If
happen.
an ordinary man commits a crime, the law have to take its course. And the law is for each and every one of us, irrespective of who we are. And if a crime has been committed, an offense has been committed, let the authorities deal with it. Whoever the authorities under which that crime and offenses fall under, let them deal with it. And if we're talking about a financial crime has been committed, and it cannot be dealt with by the powers there be, I am calling for the resignation of the former Minister of Finance, the Honorable the Honorable Prime Minister.
Gaga?
Dickon Mitchell. Thank you very much.
The Prime Minister
Crime
of
is
Grenada,
act or omission.
the Prime Minister of Grenada just fired the Minister of Finance. I had to applaud him for firing the Minister of Finance because he was the worst Minister of Finance that passed. But in the democratic process, you people have an opportunity every 4 or 5 years to choose the government they want. Secondly, people could move motion of no confidence in members of parliament against the government. The democratic system provides for you to lobby. And that's what we are doing now. We are appealing, pointing out, showing the individuals, particularly in the National Democratic Congress, that have more influence on the Congress than us, where the Congress is flaunting the rules with impunity. And already maybe some of them start to understand because they're not responding, they're quiet. Maybe they're studying and investigating. We have called on individuals, including the Trade Union Council. And perhaps when they are convinced and they realize the government is flaunting the rules, doing everything to desecrate the institutions. Yes, caller, welcome.
Yes, I just wanted him to make a contribution when it comes to that. You know, the DPP supposed to be an independent, will act independent of the government, right? And so the government does not have that sort of jurisdiction over it. No, if wrongdoing is committed or the law is being broken, can private citizens, and I'm wondering if that might be the best way to go, private citizens bring the evidence that is available, the evidence that we have on the radio right now, that is available to him, and perhaps ask him to investigate. And if wrongdoing is being done, it is his duty to go forward and investigate and press charges. That might be a good way to go from, our point of view, and from a civilian point of view, because we cannot depend on the Minister of Legal Affairs to do that, and that might be one of the ways that we need to go. Even the Caribbean or the court or wherever, but that just might be a route as citizens of this country we may have to take. Thank you.
Yes, that is a route that you could take, but one of the strongest routes is to lobby the institutions. The Grenada Trade Union Council. We take a break now and we're back with you in a moment.
Where you go? Where you walk? What you say? When you talk? Where you go? Where you walk? What you say? When you talk?
91.5 Real FM got you covered.
Step inside. Immerse yourself in colors that come alive. Color by Sissons. Let your imagination run wild. Surround yourself in a world of color. Color by Sissons. Endless inspiration. Bold expression. Bold expression.
Color by Sissons. Sissons. Express your style with Color by Sissons.
The NLA is giving you more chances to multiply your Playway winnings by adding Multi-X to your regular Playway bets to win up to 5 times more. Imagine winning as much as $1,200 instead of $240 with a $10 Playway bet by simply adding Multi-X. Place your Playway bets from $1 to $10 or in increments on your favorite Playway symbols or numbers. Then add the Multi-X option at the same value to win 2 times, 3 times, 5 times more, or free plays. With Multi-X, you must bet the same amount wagered on your regular Playway bets for your winnings to be multiplied. Grenadians, value your dreams and win your way as much as 5 times more with Multi-X added to Playway and watch your money grow. Must be 18 years or older to play. NLA, making your dreams come true.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway, St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials, including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel, and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, insect screens, and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&N Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices. Or call us 444-6757, Hope 440-6757, Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&N Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
The first word when you speak about furniture is classic. Yes, at Classic Furniture, they design and make the best in local furniture. All their products are made from the finest local wood available on island. You think it, they design it and make it to your expectations. The highest standards at the best possible price, and they also provide higher purchase for you, their valued customers. Located on Ben Jones Street in Grenville, with their factory at Chantemelle in St. Patrick. That's where you need to visit when looking for products made of the finest local wood. They deliver and install items at no extra cost. Your satisfaction is their mission. The extra step is taken to ensure their customers are completely satisfied. They do doors and finished kitchens, supplies mattresses, and restores antique pieces to look like the first day they were made. Hey, give us a call on 442-4645 and 442-9726. Classic Furniture, Grenada's homegrown furniture producers.
Broadcasting from the historical Parish Main Street, Certez, to your home, vehicle, and office. Today's hit music on Real FM.
You asking me what is wrong with Trinidad? You can't understand why things go on so bad. You find we so rich in human resources, and yet the country going to pieces. Well, let me tell you, my friend, where we went wrong. After Eric Williams' old car breakdown, we called in an AR, we ordered an X-car and installed a new driver. With 33 passengers from the party, we gave him a maxi taxi, fitted with mag wheels, tape deck, computer, air conditioned 8-cylinder. With posh new fittings, this maxi car arrived. Then it started to swerve and nosedive. It took a year for passengers to realize, they say, the new driver cannot drive.
And NDC government will put an end to contract workers in the public service as soon as it takes office. There is no need for a parallel public service in Grenada. All workers will be given permanent status.
Are we back, guys?
Yes. This is so crazy right now in regards to this comment that was made by Minister Cornwall, that there would be no parallel government and that young persons would be made permanent. And they're heading for 1 year in office. And can you, as the young people out there who are listening, and safely say that the government would have fulfilled that promise to you? Are you being placed on permanent by the National Democratic Congress at the moment? Are you? No. a couple of years ago, Dr. Mitchell, who was the Minister of Finance, and a man who has a lot of knowledge in regards to government issues and so, would have stated clearly that at that time there was zero tolerance for putting people permanent. And that's based on how, based on the IMF and the different international monetary agencies who, how they operate. And he said that there would be zero tolerance. So hence that they would, to create employment or to create further employment, they would have to, place people on persons on contract. And right now, based on the economic situation in Grenada, do you think that this government would be able to place everybody on contract? No. Your mom promised you a tablet. Your father promised you a tablet. And months passing, you haven't received the tablet, going on to a year. As a child, you are a young person, you would say, you know what? That's my parents are lying to me. My parents are telling me untruth. And you would have some form of, some form of resentment. You shouldn't. But then you'd be thinking, well, no. Why my parents lying to me? Why did they lie to me? And then, you might fall. Well, I shouldn't say parents, but somebody promised you something and then, you head to unforgiveness. But so I'm saying this to you, that this present government lied to you, the young people. They fulfilled the promise of the elderly who don't have that, would not spend the money that they receive like that going and sit in a cold room. But you, the young person, who has aspirations, who have plans, who wants to do things, who wants to go back to school, who wants to do things to enhance themselves and help yourself, were promised permanent. And up to this day, not one word about you being permanent. As a matter of fact, there has not been any information forthcoming from the Ministry of Youth in regards to you, the young people of this nation. Are you satisfied with the present ruling or the present governance of the National Democratic Congress at this present moment? You can choose to call in, or you can sit and think within yourself and see what is happening, whether you are satisfied this 1 year that they are in office. Are you satisfied with their present governance at the moment? Are they for you? Are they for the persons who have children and are not working? Are they for the men of this country who have they don't have a contract, they don't have nothing happening for them, nothing is being created, except what they would have done is take all the persons that were under the program for the WASH program, that's the new word, the WASH program and the housing program, and replace them with their own. So in other words, you didn't create employment here. You sent home some and you keep back the same, different persons, but it's the same amount. So are they creating jobs for you, the persons out there who are unemployed? As Mr. Pierre would have rightly said, that government is your biggest and your largest employer. So are they creating, sit and think about it, are they creating enabling the environment for you to get a job? The private sector could only employ so much, but the government, instead of sending the sanitizers home, maybe they could have added at least one person or two persons to the program or created another form of employment for you. Instead, they sent home, they replaced, and they're benefiting for themselves, not for you.
Yeah, I think one of the things we have to consider that is maybe that is the first time in history a government has committed so much injustice to so much workers. Because these workers was promised we will be made permanent. And they gave them all kind of assurance. And then the workers on contract, the workers, the caregivers, workers lost their job, road wardens, health wardens, workers in the abattoir, workers in the Granby estate, workers involved in source up management, the workers in Kareku, the workers in pause. Now, what is the justification for that? It's not to say that the government came into power and they did not have money. They was in donkey glory. How much money they get in the treasury? The government has been traveling as if it's Christmas ties or some immature children, going to all sorts of activities outside. Over $1 million has been sent so far in government travel. Government has not been conservative, so it's not a question of money. They claim that they are able to fund the budget. Yet, the workers in the lowest economic basket that is losing a job. The government removed $150 from the elderly. I mean, I always feel is the government behave like vultures, like bullies. They
Preying on the weak.
They prey on the elderly, the physically challenged. You have people calling to say, crying in the wilderness. And there is no justification for these things. The government has not given any public explanation. Yes, caller, welcome.
Good morning.
Yes, caller, welcome.
You're speaking about the laws and them kind of thing. What happened to Claudette Hoodall? You're not calling about Claudette Hoodall? She's the Attorney General. Mm. And all the law is breaking under she heading. I mean, is not she supposed to be calling on, are they supposed to be calling on her too?
Well,
calling everybody, call her because she's the head of the law for them. So.
She's not a good fit for the office.
The Attorney General been showing some spouts of cleverness. Sometimes she said, well, if we continue like that, we're going to cause the economy to go to irreparable damage. Next time she's saying, bo, 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 bo.
Mm-hmm. She's shooting gun. She has to make space for when the time up just now, in the next year or two, she had to make space for when she get people to work with you. Otherwise, if she makes herself good now, she's in trouble. So she better do what she has to do and do it in the right way for the people of Grenada.
I think she's trying based upon her level of maturity.
She's supposed to put things in place and see where they're going wrong and call upon them and put things in place. That is my concern. She is supposed to be the one that's calling on them and showing them that this is wrong and that is wrong and let's get together. Mm-hmm. Thank you very much.
All right. Yes, scholar, thank you. Sometimes my heart goes out for her. Sometimes I feel sorry for her. Because sometimes she shows some specks of brilliance, but based upon her level of immaturity, I don't know. I don't know if she go on. One time she says she's an authentic tongue girl. Next time she laughing at when people lose their job. Next minute she recognizes if she get some catalyst, help to spur her memory back, or jolt her memory, and she realizes like we're going to mash up this thing. So she has been a little bit inconsistent, but perhaps she is the brightest hope still among these group of individuals. And it's unfortunate and it's sad because I say, if the government trick the police, are not bothering much. Police are trained to be suspicious. So they're not supposed to have accepted what the government say readily. If they trick the teachers are some of the most educated people in the country. So teachers are not supposed to be fooled that easily. Public officers supposed to be smarter than that. But the government targeted the most vulnerable group in this country and tricked them. And that is unfortunate. The government went after the contract workers. The government went after the road wardens. Government went after the workers in Grand Bay Estate. Government went after rural women, the women in Karakou. Yes, caller, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Pierre, great gentlemen and gentle lady.
And it's good to hear your voice.
Yeah. I want to say something. Listen, the PM is chief cook and bottle washer. There's no one to correct no one. He is chief cook and bottle washer. But let him know there is no one above the law. So if he believes that he is Grenada liar, he's not the liar for Grenada. He's not above the law. So some recourse could gonna take place with all this cooking in the kitchen and washing the wares for himself. There's something coming called redress. So I just want to tell Carl you all that he playing chief cook bottle washer to me like he ain't even giving nobody a chance to wash a spoon. But anyway, he's not above the law. And I think everybody should know that. And he should know that. He's not above the law. And gentlemen and gentle lady, have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You see,
Thank you.
one of the challenges we have is that the ordinary man must get more knowledgeable. You must be educated. Because what is going on now perhaps is the worst form of the NDC or the purest form of the NDC. But in 1990, the NDC behaved in a similar way. At that time, they fired the workers in the lower income group and they cut social program. In 2008, 2013, the money fell the weight of the NDC.
Yeah, man, heavy.
And some of the elderly people, they threw them out of the seed program. And they sold 13 pieces of property, including property that was not theirs. Yes, Scholar, welcome. Yes,
Good
Scholar,
morning
welcome.
again. Good morning. What they said a while ago as it relates to the young people, it is so true. The young people were used during the last election with all the campaign promises, and they were not kept. The young people now, they need to come out and speak out as to what is happening to them now. Last night I was listening to a program and somebody from St. John, Wharf to be exact, called the program and speak out about the ills that is happening to them now in the constituents. And if other persons could call and do the same thing, then the entire country will be aware of what is taking place, because I don't believe some people actually know what is taking place now. Unless people don't speak out, others wouldn't get to know what is taking place, although some of them playing the deaf now. So I applaud this young man who called last night and speak, and I'm urging other young persons to call the various programs and speak out as to what is happening in their areas, what is happening to them, what was promised to them, and up to now it is still a promise, and they are there as though they are being left as though they are in Alice in Wonderland. Calling on the young people now to speak out, speak out, speak out, come and speak out. That is how we would know exactly how you feel, what is happening.
Yes, thank you, Color.
Yes.
I always encourage people to discuss issues. People discuss it in your
Mr. Pierre, we have 3 minutes left.
Yeah, so Mr. Pierre, go give a wrap and then Cindy gonna give a
Yes,
final
well,
word.
3 minutes left. I'll always encourage people to discuss issues. Don't afraid to discuss the political issue. Discuss it in your homes, discuss it on the block, and don't walk away from the issues. You know, basically, people must not walk away from the issues. Discuss those issues. Yeah.
Yes, I just want to say good morning to Mr. Andre Donald and hope you are feeling better. And to the the persons on YouTube, I am reading your comments. Thanks for the compliment. And just want to let you all know that we need to stay steadfast in educating the persons out there, educating persons and the young people out there of what's happening in our country at the moment. And don't be fooled by the propaganda or so that is happening out there. And stand up for your rights, stand up for yourself, especially the young people of this country. Thank you.
The Igwe?
Well, continue listening to the program. That's all I have to say.
That's right. All right, folks, we're out. We'll see you on Sunday.
Where you walk, what you say, when you talk, where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
It's a